Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover.
Hey!
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going today?
What's this background?
There it is. I didn't realize that it was not there. It's fixed now, Nick. It did look weird. It was a black
That was
background.
weird. I didn't like that.
It looked
we were
naked.
We were in the void.
Yeah. Now we're fixed. Happer, how are you?
I'm very good.
Yeah?
Yeah. The
You-
Royals are back.
Are you okay? with the
Are
whole
they
Panthers
back,
thing?
or are you getting?
Did they never leave?
John, don't do your stupid
No.
who you playing thing.
No,
They
I'm
played
not,
the
no.
Twins.
You beat a good team.
Yes.
You beat a good
3
team
times.
who also beat up on a lot of weak teams. But that's not the point. The point is,
Wow.
they are so like way up or way down right
Hot
now.
and
right?
cold.
Yeah, like Astros suck. Yankees
Trastros.
suck. But
Nice.
Cleveland the first time, and this, it's crazy.
Well, I'm just hoping that the math works out to where they hit their next losing streak really soon.
Right.
That way they could just win because they got enough of a cushion, I think, now to get into the playoffs. So just lose a few in a row and get it out and then get hot in that 3 games.
I mean, I've never thought that they were going to miss the playoffs. Now, all of a sudden, look at Detroit.
Hello.
What's going on with Detroit?
When Tirico
they
last
coming.
Yeah, when Tirico was making reference to the stadium
he goes,
last
they're only
night,
3.5
and he
games
said
out.
they're only I'm like, what?
Yeah, because Seattle died. RIP to your boys, Josh.
Thank you, Happer. Thank you for the moment of silence for him.
And Boston died.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't that good anyway.
Here come the Tigers. Drake Scooble.
You.
I know you want to talk about baseball, Josh.
Hey,
You seem really happy right
This
now.
is awesome.
the crossover is for not football. So
yeah,
if you
let's
have-
talk about anything else.
Have at it. Talk about your little baseball, the sport with the ball and the bat and the
I
gloves.
can't wait till October. I'm just hoping they get a postseason game at home. That way I could go.
Oh yeah, he was already planning on Saturday.
Would you get a media pass or you buy tickets?
No,
I would go as a fan.
Yeah.
Certainly.
I don't know if you'd get a media pass and then just like go into the
The
stands.
problem is,
Should
as
those
it currently
be-
stands, they
we're
would
allowed
go
to-
on the road for 3 games. They'd have to win a whole series to get
Correct.
into the.
Wait, the
to
best
go.
of 3 is
the
all.
best of 3 is all in one spot. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, I just learned something.
Yeah,
What?
baseball.
Has that been that way since they expanded?
Yes, just since
Wow.
last year.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
this is
Oh, I
only
thought
the
this
second
was year
year.
3.
No, but the year you're probably thinking of was
COVID.
the COVID.
COVID,
year
but
when
that
they
was all in
let
the-
everybody in.
Yeah. So
Which
you'd
is
have to. How many
stupid.
games behind the team to host the 3 games?
I think 2.5 right now behind Baltimore.
2.5. behind.
Baltimore/New York.
Yeah,
They're
it's
ba-
either
they're basically
Baltimore or
tied.
New York is going to be the
And guess who squares off for 3 starting today?
You are wait.
Kansas
Okay.
City and the New York Yankees.
All right. So real quick, let me. I just want to
There?
make sure.
There.
there.
I want to make sure I understand this.
Tiny baby.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So the Twins are in right now.
The Twins are the
now,
third wild
but
card.
they're
yes.
the
So
ones-
who do
they're-
they play? They play the.
They would play the last
3
divisional
seed?
winner. Yes.
Okay, and then the
Yes.
other 2 wild card
So
teams
probably
play each
Houston.
other.
Correct.
And
Which
so
is
then the
currently
first and
Baltimore
second
Kansas
seed
City.
get buys.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a stupid postseason
Very
this is. now.
stupid,
I know.
Josh.
This sucks. Go back to how it was when I was growing. I know that you didn't even like that, but 3 and the 1 wild
I'll
card.
take that.
I like
Goat.
the single wild card game.
Goat.
I have great memories of the single wild card
That's
game.
fair. That's
I
fair.
love the
So do
single
I,
wild
but
card
I don't
game.
like it. It's
Remember
it's
Jake
not
Arrieta?
baseball.
Didn't Jake Arrieta have a great wild
Oh,
card
yeah,
game one time
he-
against the
Threw a
beat
shutout.
Cole. He threw Garrett Cole out of the ballpark.
Pirates? Was it the Pirates?
Yeah.
I remember that game in 2015.
He made McCutcheon punch the 15.
You know, I know about
Royals
the,
were down 7-3 in the bottom of the 8th. People forget that.
against the A's. Yes,
Against
I
the
know.
A's.
I know. You've talked about it. I know.
It's the greatest baseball game ever played. That's all.
I don't know. 2016 World Series Game 7 was pretty sweet too.
Yes, thank you,
wasn't that
Josh.
good.
I knew I could count on
I
Josh.
got
What's the
you,
greatest
John.
Mariners game ever played, Josh?
They had this win in the mid-'90s that everyone celebrates.
They beat the Yankees.
Yeah, that one. I think Ken
the
Griffey
one-
did
yeah,
something.
Ken Griffey did something.
Yeah, I don't
cool.
remember
Slid into
exactly
home.
what. Yeah, it would have been something from 01, but famously they lost in the ALCS to the Yankees. Lou Piniella was like, "We're going home to play another game," and they did go home.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't play another game. They lost in 5.
Look at
Now,
that.
Josh thinks that's the best game, not because of Ken Griffey, but because Brent Musburger was calling it. And we
Wait,
all
was he really?
Yeah.
Oh, hell
And
yeah!
he loves
As you can
2001.
tell, he was-
Yeah,
And he loves
I
2001.
love 2001. I got some 2016 takes though. I remember that. I remember 14 to 16. I know very, very well.
That's because you're
Because
your
the
guy.
Royals were
My
and
best
two of
friends are
them-
Cubs fans. It was fun to get into the Royals. Like our friendship, a lot of us in the group chat, it's kind of where we really bonded, was watching Cubs baseball every night.
It's been 10 years.
Yeah.
It's been 10 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while, some would say.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would.
It's been a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what else non-football do we have to talk about? There's only football things are on my head right now.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
same.
Man,
Yeah,
I watched
that's
the
all-
NFL so hard yesterday.
It was really
It
nice.
was awesome.
It's just so fun to turn it on and hear announcers and crowds.
I don't even think it was that good,
Cheering.
but I loved it so much.
It was a very odd
Yeah.
day. Have you seen the stats? I don't remember if John put it in content. I guess there is this is teasing content a little bit.
What?
The passing yards.
Oh,
you
yeah,
did
yeah,
include that.
Yeah, I did.
all quarterbacks
No,
only
no.
throw the ball 2 yards now. Have
so,
you heard?
Yeah, so how about this stat that I just
Including
saw
Nebraska's.
from Marcus Mosier, who is from Locked On.
Oh,
You know the
I
Locked On
love
Network.
Marcus.
Uh,
I definitely know him.
He tweeted, "Your eyes weren't fooling you. This was the fewest amount of passing yards we've seen in week 1 since 2000.
Almost
In
your
the
favorite year.
2000. John must have seen an inappropriate joke.
Is it about bum fardo?
No,
John?
it's no.
Is it about 9/11, John?
No, but it's kind of close. It's what you just sent me.
you. I told you. I knew John would love
This
this.
is what we're gonna do for the crossover. As soon as I,
said,
get this,
I saw
What's
something
this?
and I said, that is some John Bishop content
yeah,
right there.
Oh, this is good stuff.
Uh-huh.
This is good stuff. I just want to get it uploaded here. So just talk amongst yourselves for a minute.
All right.
Quarterbacks
No
don't pass it
passing
downfield
yards.
anymore. They're too scared.
Yeah, Caleb
Coaches
Williams
are
is...
wimpy babies.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, Caleb Williams,
Dude, the two safeties over the top, you just have to go underneath
They were
the
like,
whole
wow,
game now.
Caleb Williams, he won his first start. He didn't do
Yeah,
anything.
he threw 90 yards or
They didn't
whatever it
score any
was.
points.
Mhm.
It was awesome.
Nick is angry
Caleb
at people, or
Williams.
people are angry at Nick for being a Dolphins fan. Nick's arguing in the chat.
Star Wars.
Can I get some flames in the chat?
Nice.
Can I get some thumbs up in the chat?
So remember that time a couple years ago for like a week where I said I guess I'm gonna be a Broncos fan because the whole Brian Flores Dolphins were a dumpster fire.
Vague.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Star Wars Fiend thought that I was a Broncos fan and then decided to leave the Broncos and go to the Dolphins.
Oh no, you were just
I was
doing a bit.
Yeah, I was a Dolphins
Star
fan.
Wars
then I
Fiend,
said
that's
I
a
was
tough look
Broncos
for
fan.
you. It's a tough look for you, Star Wars
Yeah.
Fiend. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, he's been on one. He's already
Star Wars
ragging
Fiend?
on me because of the Rams,
Rams.
apparently lost because of Scott Frost. No, they didn't.
That's a good
Unless Scott
Did you
Frost
see the
was
photo of him?
responsible for.
No, I didn't.
No,
Was he there?
Was there a picture?
So he
I didn't
can't
see
work
it.
remotely.
What?
He can't work remotely.
Wait,
he
what?
actually is with the team.
Yeah, well, it looked like he was walking into the stadium.
Wow, how about that?
My wife showed it to me.
What's the
I don't-
status of his
What?
truck?
I don't know. Good question, Nick. I don't know where she saw the photo. He had Rams gear on, and he looked. It was like game day
Was
attire.
he jacked? How
this
did he look?
This is going to make me ill.
Okay, never mind. It was not game day attire. He had a.
Good.
It kind of was. He's in the
So he's
stadium
not-
though.
He's not wearing any Rams
Look
gear?
at his.
Oh God, it's ruining
He's a little.
Oh, can you upload that picture?
got fat.
There, okay, Happer can say it.
Put it in the stream.
All right.
Are you sure that's just? Oh man.
Some would say some would
my heart
describe that
really
as
hurts.
a blank gut.
He looks like he's living in Arizona,
Nice.
of which he is.
A Marg gut?
A what?
Marg gut?
Marg gut.
You said a blank gut? You mean
Yeah.
a Marg gut?
Oh, Marg. Yeah,
Yes.
sure. If that's what you want to call it. I mean, some people call it a beer gut.
Beer.
Yeah, I've never heard of Marg gut before.
I don't.
I
think
would
it's-
call it. I mean, he
All
has
right, here's John's.
many children
All right.
now. It's
Yeah.
probably just being a dad.
John's
sympathy
still
weight.
uploading his photo, but here is Scott
Oh,
Frost
look at the Rams gear.
making his
No!
way.
Look at that.
Yesterday was bad enough.
Look at old Scotty F.
Please, no.
Wow, he still has the little sideways hat thing.
Yeah, he was weird. about
Yeah. Oh yeah. Still
God
has that going
Dang
on.
it.
John, that's your guy now, man.
No, he's not my guy.
That's your
He's
friend.
in charge of your He's analyzing.
He's
your
analyzing.
special teams.
John Bishop, Scott Frost
Handshake.
wearing Rams
And,
gear.
and for the record, the special teams wasn't a total tire fire.
Hey, there
Good
you
job,
go.
Scott.
Well, it's because they can't onside.
Thank you. Yeah, how do we feel about this now? We've had 15 games. There's one to go.
It was interesting.
The
watching it
Broncos
yesterday.
had the only, that I saw, opportunity, and they decided not to do it because they had enough timeouts left at the end of their game.
To do the onside?
To do the onside. They decided
Did you
not
hear the
to.
whole thing about the putting the 12th man on the field?
I heard Scott Hansen talking about
I
that.
had never heard
this.
this.
I was wondering if the ball blows off the tee.
Oh, yeah, that's
If the ball falls off the tee twice, they get to put a 12th guy on the field and do it.
Yes.
That's
Like,
so weird.
who
Well,
made
you have
this
to.
up?
Well, I mean, what are you going to do? Ask the ref to do it?
No,
Fair.
you just have it.
You just have the guy do it like the
Like
old
the old
time.
day, like you always did.
Yeah, I
You
guess
always
that's
just had to
so.
bring
Does the
the
12th guy
over.
hold it to just run off the field like a
No, I
dog
think he
getting a
gets to-
tee?
He gets to be on there.
That's
So weird.
Why would they do that?
Yeah, it's a good question, John.
So stupid.
Yeah.
I was listening to that and I was half paying attention and I was like, is Scott Hansen what is he talking about?
Yeah.
Well,
You were probably doing some stats for the Huskers.
I was.
Hey, is Max Olson doing stop right? You've talked about that multiple times today now. Is he doing that? Have you texted
I
him?
don't know. I should ask him.
Yeah.
But I'm
'Cause
doing
I want to
stop
see
rate.
where Nebraska is. You know, I
wanna
know that
what
you've
their
been
stop rate is.
I've heard you talk. It's 88.
It's like 88% right
Wild. Yeah, I want to see where they rank amongst all programs right now. John,
All
you have
right,
your
so
thing
Josh,
uploaded?
you need to explain where you got, what is this that we're about to see?
So
What
I
is
saw
this?
this was a tweet. It was quote tweeted by Sickos Committee on Twitter.
Yeah.
So Eric Wood, who is a former Pro Bowl center for the Bills, and he's the radio analyst for the Bills, the
Gross.
one and oh, how about
Let's
Herbert
go,
the Chargers
Bills.
too, Nick?
Josh Allen, go.
I didn't
All
see
my
the
NFL
Chargers
takes
game,
were pretty
so it
solid
didn't
for the weekend.
exist.
Eric, though, he tweeted this out. He said a buddy's son got this coin after the coin toss at the Louisville football game Saturday from the head referee.
Oh.
Not sure I agree
Oh.
with the tails image. And Sean has. Let's make this. make
don't
it-
worry, don't worry.
All
I got a
So-
second one.
All right,
Gotta
perfect.
go
But I
to-
just
I was going to
wanted
say, should we
show
make it
both
full
sides.
screen? Should we make it full screen there?
Yeah,
My God.
you got
Dear
heads.
Lord.
Heads is an
It's-
old school
it's a-
helmet.
It's a very generic. It's kind of like got a 70s vibe to it. How generic it is, right? Because it's not like fancy logos. It just has a football helmet on one side with the
Mhm.
old-fashioned 2-bar face
I'm
mask
retweeting it at
that
USC
says
1620.
Atlantic Coast Conference, and then the tails.
Whoops.
The tails.
Why'd they put this? Why'd they have to
It's
do that?
It's
The
literally.
split.
John, it's the mail sack. We now, when we bring back the mail
Yes.
sack, we have the photo
Yes.
for the mail sack.
Nail
The
sack.
tails. I'm trying to do my best to describe
That's
this.
what they call the gooch.
So imagine
You see the grundle right in your
imagine-
You
face.
see the butthole.
The
It's
grundle
all
is
there.
right there.
Exactly.
It's all there.
Imagine you're laying on the ground.
Yup.
You're back on the ground,
Uh-huh.
and you're holding a football aloft above your chest, and your legs are straight up and spread eagle, and the camera shot is coming from the glory hole side.
Glory hole.
Thank you,
And
Jerry.
that is the tails of the coin. But to Josh's point, there appears to be quite the crease.
Here's my question. It looks like the
Why?
player is not wearing pants, but just an old school jock strap. It
I'll
looks
say
like
that-
that's all that's on.
Also,
Or-
congrats on the bulge, whatever model they used.
Well, no,
for
I
this.
think that's supposed to be the head, the
Oh.
guy's head.
You think that's his head?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
People are
supposed to be
saying
his
it's
head.
upside down. It's the center snapping the ball.
Yeah, that's his
Oh, it is.
Oh.
It is.
It's just flipped over.
It is. But when
I mean, the BH stuff is still there, though.
It
You can
is.
still
Yeah.
see right into his crevice.
I like that they took the picture this way, though.
Oh, my gosh. So funny.
That's
So yes, it
amazing.
would be. I guess that's a good point. It's the center snapping the ball, but again,
Yeah.
the camera angle is from the glory hole.
The first thing I
side.
thought of was
Glory
what it
hole.
looks like when I'm wiping my daughter's butt.
Yes.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Yes.
Oh, my
Well,
gosh.
I mean that
Father
is-
of the year right there.
It is like a very. I mean, they could have done this without making
the crease.
the crack.
You didn't
They could have
need
the
done
crease.
crack
literally
so
anything else.
defined.
You
Yeah,
could
it's
put
very
anything
defined.
on the coin.
Yeah, what was the
Whoever-
artist doing here? Just like, all right.
Whoever designed that really wanted to go for the detail.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, they
well,
did
the
all right.
funny thing is, though, the rest of the the rest of the image is not detailed, right?
No, it is not.
I mean, it's a very generic. But
again, you don't see the pants like
yeah,
at the
you don't see the pants.
at
You
the
don't
back
see
of the
any
leg.
detail on the shoes or the socks.
Why do you spend so
Or
much
the
time on the
football.
grundle?
Yeah.
But he spent a lot of time on the taint.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
That is.
Joel says, call it in the air. Heads are taint.
I mean, this is a world-class coin.
It is. I want
And
one.
so this is new.
They did this for the game this weekend. Yeah.
Which game?
It was Louisville. Whoever Louisville played this
Why
weekend.
did they do it for just this game?
John-
We want the ball and we're going to score.
In more ways than one. Let's see. Louisville this weekend, they played Jacksonville State.
What were they honoring with this coin?
They had to be honoring something, right?
What were they honoring with this coin? Did Jared Jones like to tell us what they were honoring with this coin?
Thank you, Jera.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Amazing.
What a coin.
I mean, that is.
I'd like to see all the coins. There should be a whole Twitter account for all the coins.
I would like to see that's a good idea.
Wow. All right, there you go. People are now happy. We
I
removed
wish-
this photo from our stream.
I wish I still had it. I might still have it. It's
pretty
like
graphic.
buried in my basement. But I remember the first year that Frank Solich was head coach. They did a commemorative coin for his first game, and the image of Frank on the front of the coin made Frank look like.
Oh yeah.
I love when
Kind of
they
like,
try to.
kind of like when the Emperor went from what he looked like before Mace Windu and after Mace Windu. When it's,
you know that reference,
when it's-
Hepper.
One of the best Jedi.
he was
He was a Jedi.
he was a Jedi that's for
Legally.
sure.
He
I
was
love
a
when
Jedi.
they try to make.
But
So
it just
the
there's
same
so
thing
many
happens
wrinkles on his face
when
was
they
bad.
try to make statues out of people. Whenever you try to make a person's face out of metal of some sort, it doesn't go well.
Well, Zach pointed out, and sure enough, he's right. The thumbs are wrong if it's snapping the ball. And sure enough, the person is definitely snapping the ball, but the thumbs are on it's like the thumbs are the pinkies with the way
Yeah.
that it looked on there. Very odd graphic.
Is that a long snap? Is this a long snapper situation?
Well, I mean, the quarterback's not standing there, so yeah, I guess.
So a long snapper.
But the arm, the hands are flipped, and they're in the wrong
Oh, it's anatomically incorrect.
Yeah, look at the way that the thumbs work. That's not how hands
It
work.
looks so bad from this angle.
It actually
It
looks
worse.
No. Can we? Can we rotate it quick?
Just
I-
rotate. You can. Yeah.
I mean, I
just
have
rotate
to
it.
hold on. I have to go in and change it here.
We need to show people what it's meant to look like. We don't want to spread false information.
Tom says that looks like me waving to the Buffs on their way out of town.
Yeah.
He's puking and grabbing stuff off the ground.
Well,
Right.
whatever.
Won't let me.
We were waving to him. Then it
Can't do the
trained-
thing
Oh,
where
there
it
we
goes
go. There it
doop,
is.
doop.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, how was the show? I missed you guys. I was very sad.
It wasn't as jovial as I thought it would
No.
be.
We didn't
Second
have
half ruined things.
It did.
We only had 5 trains.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
wanted more
that was
trains.
enough, though.
I had to go back and
You were
Because the one
satisfied
dude-
with
because-
5 trains?
Because the one dude blew his horn almost like he was listening to us.
Did any Colorado fans show up in the YouTube chat?
Michigan State guy, and then
Yeah.
he called.
Who was Carlos?
Carlos returned?
Carlos,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
What did Carlos say?
I
Can't
hope you're
believe
still
you
here.
corns keep talking about. He said the same thing as the
Can't
other
believe
guy.
you're talking about the team on the
Yeah,
post-game show
pretty
that covers the team.
Actually, that might have been at pregame, John.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
that was
remember
pretty
Carlos
good.
But he
because
did show up- he did
Stibbs
show up in
responded.
the
He goes,
postgame.
"You like this is what they do. This is the job of the show."
This is the bit.
Yeah.
He did show up in the post game too.
Oh, look at Carlos.
Carlos, I hope you're still with us.
No, Carlos is gone. He's a Colorado YouTuber. He's
Chris,
Yes, there it is.
Chris is sending the Frank Solich.
gone. Oh my god!
It makes
It looks like the character in The Mummy when he got his
Yes.
eyes and tongue pulled out.
Yes, it was just really bad. It
I'll
was-
retweet that at USC 1620. Oh man, he's like, I don't have my tongue. That's what Frank Solich looks like in that photo. Wow. We had the Callahan coin in here for a while. Whatever happened?
Oh,
to
we
the
did?
Callahan?
I don't remember that.
Oh.
For some reason, I don't remember that
It might
one.
be in my backpack.
In your
All right, here we go. Here is the coin.
It does look worse.
It's way worse.
It's way worse.
Look at the hands.
I know.
The hands are backwards.
that is not proper form.
Why
No.
did you put
Not
more
at all.
detail into the hole than the hands?
Good question, Nick.
Yeah, but that's a huge crevice.
He is bent at the waist all the way over.
Yes.
That's not how you do it. You got to put some bend in the knees.
And no knees.
Mhm.
Bend those knees.
Need to be in an athletic position.
and spread those cheeks.
Wow, that is
That is
amazing.
It's quite vulgar.
Yes,
It really is not safe for work.
Yeah.
Joseph, this is making me uncomfortable.
It's an amazing coin.
Uh-huh.
I would like to have one of those.
Well, clearly you don't
Yes.
have the stomach to be a quarterback, then, do you?
Travis says there was some rando in the YouTube chat that said that Nebraska would get wrecked by Michigan State.
Correct. And then he
Yeah.
called.
Yeah,
And he
Michigan
said
State
that
guy.
on the air?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
He said Nebraska would never be Michigan State again. And I go, what? What are
Never?
you doing here?
Wow, okay.
Yeah, that was confusing.
It was a weird post-game show. Weird callers.
Wow.
I mean,
Also, Jed might have gotten into an accident.
I did hear Jed.
did
We
we
gotta
ever
go back and
isolate
clip
that
the
audio?
Jet. Yeah.
I didn't
Audio.
upload it, but I'll-
Audio.
Yeah, we
It's
need to
cut.
isolate this audio
Yeah,
because
we should clip the Jet
because
call.
Jed may have gotten into an accident.
Jed, we hope you're okay. Let us know.
You remember the death scream in Star Wars when the guy goes crashing into the Death Star? It was
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
But it was overmodulated, and it was
Overmodulated.
on a phone.
Yeah,
You couldn't hear it at
Awesome.
all.
Awesome.
yeah. He was the last call of the night.
Last call.
Kind of
Last call
salvaged
there.
everything. I mean, it wasn't a bad show. I'm not saying it was a bad show.
Just the second half really just
The
took
second
away
half
from
took
the
a lot
vibe.
of
Took the air out of it.
Yeah, it did.
And Colt McCoy. People were not happy about Colt McCoy.
Glad I didn't hear it, except for the one little bit that we heard walking to the state.
I went back and watched first quarter last night and can confirm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tough.
Sounded nervous.
Well, it's what happens when you put these people in a booth and it's their first game. And
You heard a story.
They didn't.
Richard Deitch mentioned it in his column about Tom Brady yesterday, where Troy Aikman, when he first got into broadcasting, he was doing NFL Europe games,
Mhm.
which nobody cares about. So he got all these reps.
Yep.
And then he was on like the number 2 or number 3 crew for a couple years.
Yep.
So he's getting all these reps. And then he was finally the number 1 guy.
So
That's what.
But you
need
don't
to
do, you can't do that anymore because of how much they're paying.
Well,
him.
but
You can't pay him $40 million and say you're on the third
you
crew.
could do it. Here's how you could do it, right? Because you're promoting Tom Brady, right?
Yes.
If you want to elevate a game, let's say it's a college game that, I can't come up. Well, what's the game that
Maction.
ESPN's going on this or Maction or whatever, and say, hey, Tom Brady's going to be on this game.
Mm-hmm.
You take a meh game, and you're going to get more viewers for that based on curiosity.
So
And you're going to get him some valuable reps while not sacrificing your number one product, where the audience was going to be big on Sunday no matter what, because it was opening
But they
weekend.
pay him $40 million. They can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
All right.
Why can't you?
Because you're paying him $40 million.
So
like what you're
look
saying
at the
is,
top 10 of the most paid quarterbacks. There's 0 Super Bowls between them.
that's how it works though. You get paid $40 million to announce games. You got to be on the A crew.
No,
if
you
you're,
don't.
Even if you're bad.
No,
People
because
love
then-
fame, John. They love fame.
But that's what I'm saying. You could still pay him with the intent that they're going to move up to the number one crew,
Mm-hmm.
but get them some reps early on, and you're elevating these lesser games to where be like, oh wow, I got to watch this.
G-Reg died for this. Poor guy.
I have the Jed audio, by the way. You want to hear Jed now?
Oh, Jed just tweeted at us too.
Hold on.
so
congrats
he
on
is
not-
still alive.
okay.
So we asked. So we had Paul Burmeister on the show on Friday, and I asked him about Colt and just the whole thing in particular. And he said that he had done some. I didn't know this. He had done some games, in maybe it was the UFL. I'll have to go back and listen to the audio because I can't remember exactly what. But he had been doing games, and
Interesting.
Paul said that he was really committed to it and everything like that. And
Okay.
does a great job. I don't know. Now people had problems with the entire broadcast crew, obviously as well.
Oh,
But,
they did?
yeah.
What was Paul's problem?
I don't know.
It was-
just didn't really feel big gamey.
Yeah, and then what's his name? Ref boy. He because the interception,
Pereira,
Terry
Terry
the play on the sideline,
the Joe Horn play.
Yes, thank you. He was like Jimmy Horn. He was like
Joe Horn. Sorry.
no doubt in my mind. That's a catch. No doubt in my
So
mind.
to be clear,
Even though the ball is moving as he's like putting the legs,
I
the
thought they
feet
should have
down.
taken more time with that.
Yeah, really? I thought that the replay, I thought that the ball was moving. I never, like when his foot was on the ground, I thought the ball was moving. And then when he
I thought
finally,
Nebraska got a 50-50 thing to go their way.
I think it's
Well,
because they called it incomplete on the field.
That was
Definitely.
what Gary and I were saying, because we were sitting up next to each other in the press box. He said, well, it was one of those deals where the call on the field is it.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
it was
absolutely.
that close.
Yeah.
It was that close.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how, people will see
Even
things
though
a little different.
we are adding and reversing targeting at
Yes.
anything nowadays.
100%.
What is targeting? Is there a flag? Does there have to be can you take away the flag if you take away the targeting? Does it all get wiped out? Apparently so.
Also, people are wondering about Lee Sterling. I heard he had a bad pick
People
on
want
the
receipts on
morning
Lee
show.
Sterling.
What did he say? 48 points?
He said that Colorado would score many points.
Yeesh.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for Joel Klatt said Colorado would win.
Did he say they score 48 points?
He said they'd score a lot of points.
That drunk guy in the Colorado jersey said they'd score in the 40s.
Former Heisman Trophy winner Desmond, I believe it is.
What did he say?
Howard
Did he give
was the only panelist on the game day crew that picked Colorado.
I want receipts on that drunk guy in the Colorado jersey at the tailgate.
The one who said that their defense sucks?
I want receipts from
he said
all
Nebraska's defense sucked.
From all
I think he said their defense sucked.
And I
think he
appreciate-
said Colorado.
He said Nebraska's defense was overrated.
Oh.
You guys did a little Kool-Aid Steve at the start of the show. I want more receipts on Crybaby Husker fans from a year ago who were like, I want a Dion.
I want to have it
I
now.
want a Dion. I want a microwave. Yeah. How you feeling today, Husker fan?
Microwaves are stupid. Give me an oven.
Ovens for Happer.
An easy bake?
Air fryer, baby.
No.
Air fryer.
That's
air
not an
fryer.
oven, though. That's an air fryer.
It's kind of an oven.
I see the
Basically
Jed
an oven.
audio.
It's a small. Okay,
It
yeah,
can be
Jed.
used as an oven.
Oh,
at
here,
least
I'll
ours
read
can.
this. Jed says, I cannot confirm if I survived the first half, but I can confirm I survived the second half and beyond. I apologize for laughing so loud.
It's pretty funny.
So here's what he sounded like.
Realistically, I literally just have one thing to say, considering all the circumstances that we all know about.
And that was it. That was
That
the end of the
does
call.
sound like a death.
He left after that.
could
I
you
thought he
find-
was in a rollover accident.
I know we're
on
asking a lot
I-80.
on the fly, but could we get some audio of like a car crash that we could run in the background to see if it would mic?
We have a little car crash sounder there somewhere, Nick.
Oh, that's right, we do. The
There's
old,
got to be some dash
well, but it needs to
cam
be a
footage.
little longer than
Yeah,
that
that's
one.
true.
There's got to be some dash cam footage of a horrific car accident.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah. And it's got a. Oh, here. Wait, this one's 13 seconds.
All right, let's play this.
All right, here. I'll hit the play on that. Go
All right.
ahead.
You want it, the whole thing again or just
Yeah,
the
just
end?
play the whole thing.
Realistically, I literally just have one thing to say, considering all the circumstances that we all know about.
It worked. It worked really good.
It works.
Amazing. Jed, we're glad you're not dead.
I'm happy that Jed is
All right,
alive.
we need to keep just the
Jed is not
death-
dead. Go
Jed
Big
baby.
Red.
The Jed death scream.
Okay.
We just need to save that and call it the Jed death scream.
Oh, that's perfect. The band is so good.
The best part was that's just how the call ended.
Yep, and then he
It was
was
just
gone.
nothing.
He
He
just
was
left.
gone, and he was gone.
He just left. And then the show was over. Like
He's
30
with
seconds
us in
later.
our hearts.
He is.
Oh,
He
man.
kind of slowed down a little bit at the
If
end.
those were Jed's last words,
What a way to go out.
what a way to go.
Aaron texts in, I'm dying. Yeah, so was Jed. Joseph says, heard that live and almost drove off the road. That
Jed?
is so funny.
Jed, the podcaster?
How
Jed
funny
the
would that have
podcaster.
been if that had actually been the car crash and it would have caused a backup on the interstate and that would have kept Prime from getting to Omaha where they
Great
were
point.
going?
Well, it also would have kept me and Happer from getting home too.
That was later.
Yeah,
it
they
was
would have cleared
later.
it out.
Yeah, they would have saw who it was and they would have just got a big old magnet, just pulled the car off the
Oh.
road and said, keep going, folks.
I had a nice, lovely drive home. I listened to all the rest of the press conference. I
Oh,
listened
nice.
to young Dylon talk about blading his sand wedge or something like that.
Nice.
I thought that was a great line by him.
I listened to the Strokes and tried not to fall asleep. I didn't.
That's good,
Nice.
Nick. It's important to not fall
That
asleep when
is
you're
it.
Can
driving.
you plug your phone into that ice cream truck we got?
Yes, but I had to use my own cord. I had to use my own aux cord.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Supply your own ox.
Yeah.
Got it.
That happens.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
Wow.
It was a day, Josh. I bet you are pretty sad that you missed it.
There was some major FOMO, boys. Some major FOMO.
It was quite
John,
the scene.
John messaged me about the atmosphere. And when John is like unsolicited, like just sending me thoughts on like things, I'm like, wow, this must be really
We
great.
couldn't. We
It
left.
was really good.
We left
It was
tailgate at
amazing.
6. We couldn't move.
You what?
We when we left the tailgate and tried to go to the stadium for
the pedestrian flow
all
under
the way
bridge. You'll see it when we get there in a couple weeks.
you cross over that.
It was that
street,
packed?
Yeah,
Yes.
you couldn't move.
But you guys got in time, right? It looked-
Yeah.
okay.
We were fine.
Yeah, I mean it was moving, but it was shoulder to shoulder.
Once we
everybody.
got past the Jesus
Jesus
folks
people.
with the bullhorn,
Yeah.
don't forget, God is on your side. There's guys.
I know about
yeah,
these people.
yeah. And once we got
I
past
just want to
them,
go to the game.
They don't want anything. They just want
to go to the
be
game.
heard.
They
There
just
were
wanna-
some of these at
they
the
just wanna
Mariners
talk.
game I went to in May.
Yeah.
I just want to go watch baseball.
Yep.
In this case, I just want to go watch football.
Yeah.
Yeah. When did you get your press pass? Before or after?
Before I went
Yeah.
upstairs, that's when I hung out with Gino Toretta for a while.
I need to figure out what I'm going to do. I should have messaged Keith like, hey, I'm not going to the game anymore. I forgot. Uh-oh.
Oh,
It'll be fine.
they would.
Transfer it to me.
Okay.
Maybe
They
I'll
probably gave it to that Panther scout who was there.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
or the Orange Bowl reps. The Orange Bowl reps
Were the
very,
Orange Bowl reps there?
Yeah. With their orange.
Nebraska's not going to a bowl game.
They're going to the playoff.
They're going to the playoff instead.
Well, but the Orange Bowl is part of
Yeah,
it.
but the Orange Bowl doesn't get to pick.
Correct.
But they are part of it.
Yeah.
They are.
No, they're going on the road, or maybe they're hosting. How long of a pregame show would we do if Nebraska
my
was
God.
hosting a playoff game?
Would you go to Minnesota for it?
No, Minnesota won't be in a playoff.
Well,
So, no.
you'd probably go to the spot for the Vikings
No,
game.
I'll be here. I will be here. Not this week. I'll be here next Friday, though, for the Illinois game. I would not ditch you guys. I would not ditch you.
Well, you'd be ditching us because it's our show that's supposed to be there.
Yeah.
I'll be there. I will not ditch you. I promise.
I will not ditch you.
Yeah.
Are you going to that game?
I don't know.
He's going to now, right?
You're gonna miss out on Herbie eating corn again.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this stuff. I'm pumped.
Well, I don't know if that's an every time thing.
Are we
I
doing
don't think
the,
it is either.
Are we doing the tripod? We're gonna try the tripod, the three show.
Oh, you're not on that one, but if you want to, Phil, I mean, you don't have to.
If you were coming down and wanted to, because I may have volunteered your services as being the hype man for that tailgate.
That I can do. I love being the hype man.
Director of audio, Josh Otson, comments. Josh is working the playoff pregame show. 6 hours. Got it.
Oh, Martyr Baton.
wow,
Thank you.
that would be quite the pregame show. 6 hours?
You can do it.
Yeah, you can
If
do
Nebraska
it.
played in a playoff game, I would do a 6 hour
So-
pregame show.
How about you? You're the main host, but then there rotates out a couple other hosts.
Well,
throughout
Happer
the
just said he
6
did.
Well,
hours.
what day are the playoffs again?
It's Friday the 20th, one game. Saturday the 21st,
Well, it'd
three
be
games.
convenient if it was the Friday one. It'd just be our show.
Hey, if Mandel was right and it was Nebraska, Alabama, we're talking about a prime
Oh
time
my God.
game. They'd be on.
Wow.
They'd be the 7 o'clock.
They'd
game.
be
So we
7
go on at 1
Saturday.
o'clock. You want to do or I guess let's do noon so then we can get into the stadium or whatever. I think if they're
host
on
a
the
playoff
road in the
game?
playoff, we can go, right? Can they send us? How fun would that be? We could cover it on site.
It would be irresponsible not to send us.
Nice.
Hey,
John, you'll probably be doing some. That's like the Christmas Creighton game
Yeah.
versus someone garbage.
Imagine-
McKendry or something.
Actually,
stupid.
what have we looked at this? Do we need to consider this?
Well, the Big East schedule hasn't come out yet.
Oh crap! You probably couldn't do it. You'd have to be PA goober, whatever they
no,
call
that's not a Big East time yet.
no,
is
it's
it?
Christmas time, so it's a bad game.
Yeah,
No.
it's a poop game.
Yeah, it's the weekend.
No, but the Big East has started the week before Christmas.
Oh, I thought that
the last
the
couple of years.
the
Yeah,
weekend
but this
before.
is the 21st.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, could you think of all the think about the vlog that'll come out of
Creighton's
that?
got to
Yeah.
be playing like Prairie View A&M.
We don't have the sketch yet, do we? Or does John have some of the sketch?
I think the Big East schedule is supposed
No,
to come
the
out today.
Alabama game on December 14th is the last non-conference.
crap.
game.
So they
my
will have a
God.
conference.
They'll
game.
starting-
be in Tuscaloosa the week before. We could just stay in Tuscaloosa the whole week for when Nebraska plays down there a week later.
Happer, that's an amazing idea.
That's a really good
Unsportsmanlike
idea.
conduct on the road.
We can prove our J-scarism, all of us.
We
Nice.
could stay at Nick Saban's house
Oh, that's
and
fun.
have cream pies for breakfast.
See,
That sounds awesome.
Cream pies
Look,
for everyone.
When they're in the playoff, I think this is when we reach out to some dear friends of the Grum that are obviously listening around the country, and they offer us their guest bedrooms at their homes
Seriously.
to help save us some money so we can go
Josh,
down and cover them on site.
I'm sure you guys will maybe mention this today. The national media loves this.
Oh
They're
my
having a great time.
Everyone's writing.
They are
We have Ari
very-
Wasserman booked for Friday.
They're very happy that Nebraska is
yes.
maybe back.
Yes.
So why don't we cash in on that just a little bit?
Yes.
We go to the area of one of these people and
Yes.
they open up their abodes to us.
Yes. We would love to
Or
be
their
there.
guest homes.
We would love to be there. Nick will sleep on the floor. It'll be just fine. He won't shower
I'll
every
take a
day, so he's not
futon.
going to waste your water. It's going to be perfect.
Nick will have to drive the ice cream truck separately while we fly.
Definitely.
Oh, damn.
How far do you think that can get?
I think it's got decent mileage.
How far away is Tuscaloosa from Omaha?
Well, I'd say it's probably 16 hours.
Yep. I'll go 15 and a half.
16's a good.
Nick, do you want to guess?
I'm going to go 17.
All right. You guys overshot it. Only 13 and a half hours
Oh,
for you, Nick.
really?
Yep.
That's an easy trip.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nothing.
That's like half the Big Ten road trips.
I was expecting worse.
Yeah. So there you go.
Oh, 13-hour drive. I could throw on an audiobook and listen to that.
Absolutely perfect.
One Harry Potter.
Wow. All it
I
took
don't like
was
the Harry
one
Potter
win
audiobooks.
over Lowly Prime, and
now
people
we're-
are talking about.
I told you it was a big
playoffs.
game.
It's true, John.
I told you it was a huge game. They're in the playoff now.
But nobody stormed the field. Are you happy, John? Are you
they
happy that
did
people
storm
weren't?
the
Oh, did they?
Allegedly, they did.
I wasn't there.
We
I
weren't
was
there. We
setting
didn't see
things
it.
up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They stormed it.
Oh, congrats on storming then.
There you
Why
go.
did you make that up, Nick? Why are you lying?
Well, I just
Wow.
figured I would have heard about it, and I didn't hear anything
They
about
stormed it.
Oh, yeah.
it. I figured John would have been
damn
ranting about it
kids.
if it happened.
No, I wasn't going to rant about it. I mean, was it stupid to do it? Probably, but
John
I
emails
don't
in
give a damn.
very negatively. Nebraska's beaten two crappy teams. Maybe we can hold off on talking about making the playoffs.
I don't think so,
this year.
John.
I will not. I'm not going to participate in this boo-hoo.
No, we're going to spend this entire rest of the
Have
season
fun.
convincing people that they're good.
Have-
I'm already sick of it. It's
have
been one day.
Fun.
Yes.
Enjoy this. Seriously. I'm not here for this
yes,
garbage.
they won the Super Bowl on Saturday. Please,
I bet
enjoy
Doc was Doc being a negative text man today.
I never saw any.
Oh,
Of Doc's texts. Maybe he just disappeared entirely.
Yep.
Possible.
Kool-Aid Steve. Are we going to hear from Kool-Aid Steve?
Well, he'd be incredibly wrong.
Oh, well, that's his brand.
it. Yes, it is.
He loves
Mhm.
being wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'm going to go to Costco.
What for?
Diapers?
Probably. I don't know. I got a list. You guys, when you make lists for the grocery store, do you share notes apps on your phone? It's this cool new thing that me and my wife are doing.
Yeah, so then you can.
Well, the wife is the
Oh,
one
it's
that
like
always
a
does
Google
the
Doc?
shopping, so I usually just text her if there's something I need.
Look,
or
she makes the
texts me.
list, and I
Check it
then I
twice?
get it.
I execute
And then
it.
you can do. You check them
And
off.
I can check it off as we
good.
go.
That's a good.
It really is
She
awesome.
can edit it live right now if she
Yeah.
wants.
Oh, it's like a Google Doc thing.
She
can
could be
leave you
like,
cute
"I
little
love you,
messages."
honey."
So
Kissy emoji.
Here's what she wants. She wants bananas,
Okay.
Diet Coke, granola bars, question mark, dip, question
I
mark.
guess these are your choices now.
Frozen fruit smoothie packs, hard-boiled eggs.
What's a frozen fruit smoothie pack?
I don't know. And I don't want to get hard-boiled eggs either.
I'd rather just make them
Yeah,
myself.
just make hard boiled. I didn't know you could.
Yeah, I think
just
I'll probably
buy.
just get
The wife
eggs.
got this cool little thing. It's an egg maker. You can make
that's called a
soft boiled or
chicken,
hard boiled
John.
eggs. Well, no, it wasn't a chicken, you moron.
Well played, Nick.
Or you could do like poached eggs in it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not very big. It's just like a
That's fun.
yeah.
Yeah.
and
that's how she makes her hard boiled eggs.
Yeah, I didn't know you could even buy them. So.
Do you know what brand of things your wife wants, or when she's putting down things like frozen fruit smoothie?
I think when we go to Costco, it's like there's not that many options.
Okay.
As far as those things are concerned.
Yeah, it really isn't. It's not like you have 20 things. It's just like, do you want the one with like a 16 pack or a 24 pack?
Nectarines. That's kind of specific.
Oh, it's like a tinier orange.
Jimmy Allen says, let's get VRBO to sponsor it. Saban is already on the payroll.
You mean Verbo?
It's pronounced VRBO, isn't
you
it?
could do.
No, it's
either.
pronounced Verbo.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh.
They always say Verbo in their commercials.
Isn't
Oh,
it
yeah,
the
I'm pretty
commercial
sure
that
you
Nick
could say-
Saban's doing?
It's
My bad.
Verbo.
It's an
My
acronym
bad.
for something though, isn't it?
I don't know what it's short
They
for, but
probably
it's
just made up
pronounced-
a word.
It's pronounced Verbo.
If Verbo wants to sponsor us, I'll say it right.
Yep,
I
Verbo.
promise. Yeah, sponsor us.
What's the other one?
Why can't I think of it?
Airbnb.
Airbnb. Yeah.
Airbnb.
It
Or
stands
any
for
hotel companies either. The Hilton.
Anyone, we'd love
Yeah.
to do it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about you.
Verbo was originally known as vacation rentals by owner.
Told you.
Verbo,
There you go.
VRBO.
There you go.
Nice. Good job.
But
man.
it's like NASA.
It's owned by Expedia.
What's
we
NASA
call-
stand for?
National Aeronautics and Space
Oh, that's right.
Administration.
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Or if you were growing up with me and, well, I can't say this joke.
Just
Oh.
play Jed screaming. Is it that joke?
It's that joke.
Remember the 80s? Well, thanks for the audio, NASA.
Don't. That would not be good, John. Thank you for not saying that.
We're going to go to a break now and be back on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh my God! Now see what you've done. You got people thinking that they're going to be in the playoff now.
Hey, it wasn't me. It was Stuart Mandel. He started it. They beat Colorado. They just beat Colorado. But he has them in the playoffs, so I guess they're going.
Stuart.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Stuart, put down the crack pipe.
Whoa. John.
Guess he's never coming on our show again.
That's an allegation.
Stuart, that was a joke.
It was a joke.
It was a
Stuart.
joke.
Of course it's a
John
joke.
didn't mean that.
Yeah.
Of course it's a
Sorry,
joke.
he's rude.
But
and
I'm not
old.
joking about this. Don't give people that much false hope. Good Lord, it's just one game.
Wait. They're going to blame us.
Northern Illinois has a better resume right now than Nebraska.
That's
if you want to
true.
look at it that.
They do. They have a win over a former top 5 program.
Correct.
Former top 5 program.
Yes.
Good
Yeah.
for them.
Iowa State has a better resume.
Dude, you want to talk about
Good for
my
them.
stupid pick'em? That's the one game I missed. I want 5-1 this weekend. Because Colorado, your Hawkeyes. You say it every week. Go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
No, say it sadly today, Nick.
Go Hawks.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
They blew
people,
it. I would have
you'll
went
be-
6-0.
You'll be happy to know that Nick got trashed a little bit on not.
So weird.
Yeah, people were throwing barbs at Nick during overreaction.
Good.
About the Hawkeyes.
Very, very good.
Then one guy claimed that I said Cade McNamara was like Tua.
Did you say that?
I've never said that.
Oh, wow.
That's insane. I've
No,
only said
he didn't
Iowa is throwing the football now.
Wow. Max writes on YouTube, let's start with the big props to Josh on his prediction. Was absolute domination, and a big boo to Nick. Horrible prediction, and Iowa lost. Yeah. Has Theo come and said Nick is no longer our king?
Not yet.
What did Nick pick? 28-7 or something stupid?
No, it was
Oh.
28-21.
Wow. Tough look, Nick.
I thought it was going to be a close game.
Man, I was so close to
It should have been a closer game.
that drop pass. That penalty, all the things in the
All the
second half.
penalties,
Oh,
many
I was
penalties.
so close.
Many
I
penalties.
was so close.
None of us predicted the game was going to be like that, though.
Jimmy writes, did Nick
No.
actually pay attention to Iowa football before this show?
Sometimes.
There you go. Sometimes.
They had the damn thing won when we left the tailgate, when we left
I
the
know,
blur
I know.
parties. The Iowa had the ball and just needed to get a first down. And then when Connor showed me the score when we were waiting for the elevator to go up into the press box, I was like, what happened?
Meltdown.
What happened?
Yeah.
Absolute meltdown.
I had the same exact. I got to the place where we were doing the pregame or postgame show from. I checked the score, and I was.
You were
lost for
flummoxed,
words. I was
flabbergasted. We all
Like,
were.
What happened? That's such a
We-
weird score to lose
We
by.
all were. We all were.
So
Maybe
weird.
it's better when they don't have Kirk Ferentz on the sidelines. They're 1-0 this year when they don't have him. They're 0-1.
You know, I think you're onto something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Uh-huh. Indeed.
Welcome to the Grum.
Oh,
and
it's my bad. That was my fault.
And
There
the
we go.
Grum
There we go.
Down
There we
is
go.
presented by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. How's your hangover?
Very good.
Maybe we salvaged
Had a
a
lot of
few
water.
hangovers because of the second half.
We did. Like you said, it was going to be a party, and then it just was like, I guess
mean,
it's time to go home.
It still was.
It was. I mean, yeah, it was funny. It just could have been like this giant celebration, people mooning you guys, and instead everyone just went home instead. Listened on 101.9 The Keg on the way home. What a great signal.
The Huskers are now ranked.
Wow.
First time.
First time since 2019.
After week 1.
Pretty sure this was the longest stretch between rankings since the 19th.
Oh, it was only 20. I thought it was almost a decade since the last time Nebraska was ranked.
No, it was 20. It was early in the 2019 season when people mistakenly thought that Scott Frost would be good.
They were ranked in the preseason poll. They were barely ranked after week 1. They lost to Colorado. Nary a ranking since.
It's a
Nary
rough
ranking
look for
since.
the whatever the Venn diagram is of people that thought that Frost was going to be great and the people that thought that Prime should have been hired over Rule. Whatever that Venn diagram is, if you're in the in the ACC.
like
if you're in the ACC coins crevice,
Yes. Oh, yeah.
The Krev.
you are truly in the crevice. That's a tough look for y'all.
It really is. Imagine having those opinions. Yikes. Sorry, friends.
Jack
Yikes.
Mitchell will be with us here shortly.
Oh, I wonder how he's doing right now.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be joining us in the 4 o'clock hour.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
Nice.
We'll go inside the numbers. We got some havoc and some big moves on K Ford.
Oh,
K Ford,
our new friend.
Refocused rule. Got to get refocused now.
It's a new week. 24-hour rule. It's time to move on.
But he
Nick.
crowd surfed. Scott Frost wouldn't crowd surf.
No,
He wasn't that whimsical.
No, he definitely was. He's wearing Rams gear now.
Matt Rule didn't crowd surf.
He did crowd. You didn't see the video of Matt Rule crowd surfing?
Where was this?
I saw it on Twitter. I'll send it to you.
I didn't see this.
I never heard
It's awesome.
about this. I thought this.
Are you
would have
sure
been-
it was real?
It didn't look like AI.
Is it AI, Nick?
No.
Okay, I haven't seen this.
Well, I would think something like
I
that.
saw a
would
lot
have
of
been
content
shared
this weekend.
everywhere.
Yeah, I missed that somehow.
I'm sorry I didn't send it to you guys. I thought you would have saw
No,
that.
it's fine.
No, never heard of
Joseph says he did it last year.
Oh, the crowd surfing?
Yeah, apparently.
it. Last year
Yeah, maybe when they beat
Northwestern.
Louisiana Tech for some reason.
I don't know. The rookie class and preseason NFL Week 4.
Oof.
It's kind of what Sunday felt like in a lot of cases.
In some cases.
Some sloppy damn football.
Oh yeah.
We're going to debut a new segment on the Mondays after a game called the Scarlet and Cream.
And black.
No,
Nice.
Scarlet and Cream.
Oh, and black.
No, just Scarlet and Cream.
And
Oh.
and black.
No,
There's
just-
no black. There's no black in the color.
By the way, I got a
Scarlet and
message.
Cream.
Crowd surfing clip was from last year.
Okay.
It went viral again. Whatever the blue outline jersey game was, it was that game.
Oh.
Who was that game against? Was that La Tech or
Wasn't
Northern
that
Illinois?
Northwestern?
It was one of the. I thought it was a non-conference game early in the year. Yikes! Oh, it must have been. My guess is it was his first win. It's probably his first win to celebrate. You know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of money to not work in February. Those are some of the things we'll be talking about today here on the program. 402-951-1620. On the 42 Degrees The Source hotline by your mom's house.
By your mom's house.
You can hit us up into the J Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
It's where the picture of the crevice coin is. If you'd like to go take a gander.
Yes.
Krev.
Yes, the ACC crevice coin.
Nice.
It's quite the crevice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's also the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and
Sounded
answer
like
the
a
phone
cat.
on the first ring. Yes, Doug was bragging about how his voice was shot on Saturday and on Sunday with severe
I
reaction.
saw he talked a little trash to salesperson Josh, who did pay up on his bet, by the way. Left a nice 4-pack of cross strain on my desk.
Good for him.
Thank you very much, Josh. I look forward to enjoying it.
He's a good man. There's nothing wrong. He's just
I just hope he realizes that his days of winning bets versus me are long gone.
Mm.
Long.
well, this series is long gone. So what do you got?
Well, the first one I won was the Nuggets when they lost to the T-Wolves in the spring. You know, the NBA, it's a sport. It's about to start. It's like a month away. I know. Hockey's about here, too.
Yes.
Isn't it wild? Like, all these things are now about to start again.
Incredible.
Yeah. Creighton has an exhibition game next month against
That's
Purdue.
true.
Purdue.
College basketball season begins next month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just threw up a little bit.
And that means we're closer to college baseball.
We are.
UMass is back.
A text coming in from the 757. Well, two of them. First one is F. Lee Sterling. He's dead to me.
Oh.
Wow. But then the follow-up is Nick sucks. So
Okay.
don't know what you did there, Nick, but the 757, that's Virginia.
Probably just existing, I guess.
Well,
You live in Virginia. You suck.
nice. There you go.
That's harsh.
A little trash talk.
So, got plenty to get to today on this Monday. I mean, technically, the 24-hour rule has passed.
Yeah, it has, sadly. I guess it's time to talk about Northern Iowa.
It's time to study up
Go
on Northern
Panthers.
Iowa.
It's Panthers week. Panther pilled.
This is Nick's first ever game. Nick
Yeah.
is going to his first ever college football game.
Oh, well, I saw UNI or UNO.
So his first ever FBS
Uh-huh.
football game.
His first ever game with teams that still exist. in
That's
college.
true.
That
This
is
is
true.
legally a football game, and it will be played on Saturday night, and Nick will be there. Are you going to take in the whole day? Or are you going to go down and tailgate?
I'm not sure what our plan is yet. I'd like
Yeah.
to. I
Yeah,
think
you
it'd be fun.
should. Someone offer Nick a spot at the tailgate, get a brat or a burger or a dog.
I like brats and
Couple
burgers
of
and dogs.
beers, maybe.
Ooh,
There you go. A little friendship action, Nick.
sounds nice.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And then go watch the Northern Iowa.
Go Panthers.
All right. Well, when we come back, did you send the?
I just did, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I just did.
Mr. Mitchell will be joining us, and
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be in a celebratory mood.
Oh, he's going to be happy. I'm guessing. Nope, there he is in the green room. Let's go to break.
Hi, Jack.
1620 The Zone.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hello, I'm Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. If you've ever wanted to have your cake and eat it too, there's good news. You can have that every day at Equitable Bank. You get state-of-the-art mobile banking as well as online banking. And if you ever forget your password, don't worry. You can give us a call at 402-827-8100 and we'll answer it on the first ring to help. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Connor Happer from The Connor Happer Show, and Josh and I will be out at Warner Park as the Storm Chasers host the Toledo Mudhens for a matinee showdown on Tuesday afternoon. Come by, enjoy the baseball, enjoy the food, and enjoy me making a fool of myself, as is tradition. First pitch is scheduled for 12:05, so we'll see you there on 1620 The Zone.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
You wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Mary's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water of meats. Ham is the water of meats. Someone needs a bacon. The water of meats.
Jack's got the Magoosh look on today. The Shador Magoosh look. The sunglasses, flashing the watch. Did you notice that the boys in the locker room were dancing to Shador's song? I don't think we ever played Shador's song.
It didn't have a lot of curse words.
We couldn't play Shador's song because there was many naughty words in it. But they were dancing to Shador's song in the locker room. I'm sure Jack probably has he's probably got the polka mix-out version of Shador's song on his iPod.
It was very bright in my basement today, so I'm going to keep these on throughout the entirety of the interview. Even in dark rooms, it's sometimes very bright.
Future's so bright, you got to wear shades, Jack. That's what they say.
Check out all my steps today. Let's go.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah. Was I literally correct that on the Ramir Johnson should have been picked touchdown that you got up and walked out of the room?
Correct.
That was literally the first vision I had.
It wasn't the first time of the night. That's
I'm
correct.
sure it wasn't.
I was sitting on the couch, and you can ask my wife and daughter who were watching it with me, and I walked out the room like I was sitting at the front row of the 1993 NBA Slam Dunk Contest. It was amazing.
How many walkouts were there in this game?
The first half, the pick six was one.
Oh yeah,
the pick six was one. The Ramir touchdown was one. Probably two of the sacks. I bet we had an over/under in the first half. I bet we had 4, maybe 5 walkouts.
That makes sense. 4 touchdowns. But there were a lot of sacks in the first half.
Yes, but do you know what I do now? I've actually thought ahead about my walkouts in the room. So you guys have both been in my house. Like we watch upstairs. We don't watch downstairs. We watch it upstairs. But then we have like the kitchen. The kitchen is adjacent to our living room. So I turn on the kitchen TV also to the game. So when I walk out the room,
you can still watch the game.
I walk into a room where I then beginning of watching like the touchdown celebration in the PAT or whatever the aftermath is in the next room.
That's awesome.
I mean, if there was a moment, that was it. Only because
the Ramir one.
Only because it's crazy how luck or fate or whatever it is you want to call it works. But in so many cases, those are the types of plays that would go against you. And that just felt like one of those moments where everything's going to be just fine. Now, granted, that score made it 28-0. I don't think anyone was thinking in that moment, they're going to blow this. But it just, the way that happened, you've seen those types of things literally go the other way against Nebraska.
I mean, in addition to sheer joy at that moment, here are the things that are going through my mind at this moment. Is this going to be somehow better than 52-7 in 1992? Okay. Those are these are the things where my mind was, and this will set up kind of where I ended the night. But my mind was going to places that I didn't know that it had the capability of knowing. I'm texting friends and I'm like, should we do a bonfire all night in my backyard? Like these things, like I was getting into like complete blowout. This is insane. Like this is a night we'll never forget the rest of our lives mode. And it was still great, but like I emotionally peaked during that halftime period. Okay. I fully emotionally peaked that was the time to be with me. If you were ever with me, texting friends, talking to my family, doing all of these things, walking around. And like, I had gotten a little bit about that sweet high of a blowout. And then I found myself chasing it the rest of the night after it had worn off a little bit. And, you're chasing that high and you can't quite find, and I never quite found it again. Don't get me wrong. I felt fine, but it was mixed in with a little withdrawal from just that rush, right from that like 25-minute period from Ramir to the beginning of the third quarter.
Well, let me ask you this then, Jack, and perhaps this is just searching for something, but like, is it better than in the long run that you didn't get that second half or that the team didn't get that second half because it's obvious that Rule and company are able to coach off of it?
It is for that. If you're a coach, it definitely is, right? Like, I mean, that's the worst thing you want is a team getting complacent. And the way Rule sounded today, I don't know if you guys have talked about the press conference yet, but he sounds like he's got a long list of things he wants to go over with them. So yeah, it's completely perfect for him. For me, yeah, you know what? That's a good point, Josh. It keeps me hungry. I'll be chasing that high. They're chasing 3. Jack's chasing that blowout high. Yeah, I want that feeling again. It was so good.
It was so good.
Jack, you're making me uncomfortable.
Good.
In a lot of ways, it actually, I think, might end up being better because I still, and listen, this will be something I'll probably, in fact, I've already got it planned for my keys on Monday or Friday. Anytime you come off a game like this that you've been kind of pointing to and putting a lot of emotional energy to, it's easy to get a letdown. But in many ways, the second half of Saturday was
the letdown.
They already had it. It's done. Yeah. That's
right.
Cool. That's
you hope so. You hope
what
so.
A way to look at it, John.
That's
You're right.
40 chess. I just thought of it. I hadn't thought of it. We're actually going to get the letdown out of the way while the game is still going on. This is amazing.
But from a teaching standpoint, it's perfect because can you imagine? Let's say it goes 52-7 or whatever. As Jack was hoping it would. I would think that the tone of today's Matt Rule press conference, if he would have tried to replicate it, would have been more apt to fall on deaf ears.
It would have. Because I'd be like, what are you trying to do here?
But everybody saw it. I mean, we talked about it during the crossover. Our post-game show was a lot less muted than I thought it would be at halftime on Saturday night. I thought, we were going to have to be fending off drunks with a stick, and it wasn't that way.
Right.
So in a lot of ways, the second half served as the letdown.
I keep kind of equating it to the way I felt after the game, which was happy, but again, chasing that high. I sat outside. So I texted all these people to come over and hey, we're going to party all night. I'm going to get out the good bourbon. We're going to hang, everybody's going to be around. We're going to be partying. And I ended up by myself in my own fire pit, not in it, next to it, watching USC in Nevada because I forgot Oregon was on in my backyard. And I was like, this is a weird party. I'm happy. I did get out the good bourbon. Well, it wasn't. I was informed by some people it wasn't good bourbon, but whatever. I did get out my special beverage and all by myself. I had a moment of satisfaction, but still wanting. My party that night was an allegory for the way that the team should feel going forward, right? This isn't the celebration we got ready for. This isn't the good bourbon. This is not really a bunch of people coming to Jack's fire pit. It's Jack by himself having an okay time. Okay? So that's what that night was. The real fire pit party is I don't know when it is. I don't know what it's going to take.
Which is good because that's what I was trying to hammer home for the last week was, hey, folks, this isn't that. I mean, it's a nice win, but it's not going to be the end all be all because it's Colorado. They're only 5-9 in the last 2 years, and one of those wins was against an FCS team. I like to call it was a symbolic win, not a signature win.
Oh, that's good. I like that. That's
because I did see a couple of headlines that said something about a signature win. I'm like, no,
not yet.
This is not a signature win.
I think symbolic is it's
a symbolic win. Though.
Yeah. So let me ask you this then, Jack. And a few people were wondering what you thought about the refs. Instead of just asking you a ref question, let me ask you about the offense because in the first 2 games, the offense much better in the first half than in the second half. I think we would quibble maybe how much of the second game was on them versus the officials. The first game, I mean, Dylan was out of it halfway through the third quarter, so it was backups. Where are you at, do you think, with the offense? Because I think we're all super confident in the defense through 2 games. What about the offense through 2 games?
I still wonder what it is. I think it was an interesting game plan. This is not a critique of the game plan. It was one, though, that I didn't necessarily expect with all of kind of the use of Ja'Cory Barney and Ramir Johnson. And I had in my mind when I was imagining this season, Dylan Raiola, right? Dropping back to pass a ton of Thomas Fedoni in the middle of the field or a ton of Jamal Banks in the middle of the field, a lot of mid-range passes, just like a robust, NFL-like passing game, kind of. And we saw a little bit of that against UTEP. That's not really – I mean, they took their shots, too, against Colorado, but it was an awful lot of stuff. It was kind of some real creative stuff that they ended up doing it when they really took those shots. So I'm still kind of curious exactly what the offense is going to, like, actually look like, what it's because it hasn't looked like I thought it would thus far. And that's not even a huge critique. Obviously, it had its issues in the second half against Colorado, but I don't know. Like, I feel like I want to see the offense in a game where they have to score on every possession, Josh. Like that, I feel like until they're in a game like that, and I don't know when that'll come, probably not next week, where every possession for 4 quarters, their goal is not necessarily to run clock. And I know Rule pushed back a little bit that he called off the dogs. I mean, they still took their shots in the second half, but let's be honest, game situation did not dictate that you would play with the aggressiveness that you would in the first quarter. So I want to see a game where and see what that offense looks like for 4 quarters. I mean, you can certainly pick your issues that are out there. I think he talked a lot about perimeter blocking today. That was something, right, that I saw too.
He hated the special teams. My God.
Yeah. Well, and I was just talking about offense. And he talked about running backs picking up blitzes. Like, he had his critiques with the whole thing. But, like, I don't know. It felt like the offense, honestly, like, I think Dylan Raiola had a good game. He had his moments, but the offense was built not to overly feature him in that game in some ways. Or, like, overly, I know he said, I'm not going to try to not have him do too much, but I think the offensive game plan was not built around asking him to do a ton, right, in that game.
I would agree.
It was, though, and we'll talk about this later in the Grum. I do wonder what people are thinking of the receivers this week versus where they were last week.
Yeah, night and day.
Because, yes, literally the performance in terms of the statistics were night and day. But you can also make the argument that the level of competition, at least from a secondary point of view, was also night and day.
And that could go the numbers at least also could go to, I was talking about the game plan too. I mean, that's part of what I was referencing.
Yeah.
They weren't they were getting the ball in the hands of some different guys than you maybe expected after week 1.
There's a real world where, and ifs, buts, candy and nuts, I know all those things, but like there's the drop by Jalen Lloyd, there's the Ramir touchdown that would have finished the game off, and then there is the Ja'Cory Barney long play in the second half where it's like if one of those hits, let alone all 3, again, we're having a much different conversation, but those are great moments to teach. And I know the refs were not perfect, so I'm not even going to pretend like they were, but
I thought they had a great game, Josh. I disagree.
That picture
I thought they were great.
That your former coworker Caleb Henry tweeted out is absolutely wild. It's of Nash, and his jersey is a foot long, and there's no flag that was thrown for hold.
Shout out our NRG coworker Kenny Larrabee who took that picture on the field.
Nice.
Yeah, that's an NRG media picture. Yep.
Yeah. By the way, that was the Husker fan hat trick. You got to bitch about the refs, bitch about the announcers, and they won the game.
They won the game. It's like the old days.
That's the Husker fan hat trick.
Yeah, it really is nice.
Hey, Andrew Anderson in the chat says, but how about these flipping black shirts only allowing 10 points? Yeah, ask me about that.
How about the black shirts?
Great. Delightful. I'm very excited.
Are they elite?
They might be. They might be because, Josh, if they can do that, if they can get that kind of pressure with 3 or 4 guys against – and I get it. They're not going to get it against every single team. But as often as they are right now, they are going to be not just a problem, a major problem for teams. Like a major. And then if you can bring in 2 and 3 waves of defensive linemen and defensive ends and still get it, like I don't know how bad Colorado's offensive line is. I don't know how bad UTEP's offensive line is, but
it's not good.
I don't think it's great, but like I'm at the point thinking unless you have got a significantly above average offensive line, like significantly above average offensive line, you are in matchup hell against this defensive front. Like,
that's why
I don't think I'm overstating that right now.
I'll really be I'm not looking past your Panthers, Nick, but
Illinois.
I'm really looking forward to Illinois and beyond because you're going to get. I mean, with UTEP is what UTEP is.
Sure.
With Colorado, you knew what you were going to get.
Yeah.
A really good quarterback, a really good group of wide receivers, but not much of a running game.
And horrible offensive line.
Probably
maybe the worst offensive line they'll see of power opponents.
But starting with Illinois, with Illinois, you're going to get a team that's coached really well on the lines of scrimmage.
Correct.
With Rutgers, same thing. With I'm not really sure what to make of Purdue. With Purdue, though, you are getting pretty experienced quarterback, at least a potential maybe for a little bit better balance.
Indiana's putting up a billion points.
We're going to have some numbers later on. Indiana is getting a lot of love right now. But the matchups moving forward are going to be really fascinating for this defense because they're going to be challenged in ways they haven't been challenged yet.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not saying that they can't rise to meet that challenge.
Right.
Because I think they can, but the challenges will be very different than what they have faced so far. If Colorado would have been able to have, again, just a sniff of a running game, that game's different because they literally got stuffed on 2 4th and 1s, right? I mean, if they had just a tiny bit of a run game, it gives Shedeur at least a little bit more of a comfort zone, but they didn't have that, right? So I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I have full faith and confidence in this defense, but I do like the challenges coming up.
Here's what I wondered about this defense. And basically every one of these things has been passed with flying colors through 2 games, and you make a great point. Tougher matchups are coming. We'll see. But will the defensive line be able to get pressure with just 4 guys? They passed that obviously with completely flying better than I could have ever expected. And not only for the top line, but for even Kai Wallen is lining up like Usain Bolt and that, like, knowing the tackle won't touch him, and he doesn't. James Williams is timing snaps so well they think he's offsides because it looks so good. I mean, then it was just a field day for those guys. That was my one question. My other question is we never talk about the linebacking core. Is there going to be a guy or two who really develops as a playmaker there? And I think we got that question.
Tremendous.
Yep. We got
that single drive where he had the 2 pass breakups. That was a sneaky important moment in the game because Colorado was starting to at least build some momentum.
Yes.
And him coming off the edge both times and getting deflections was big.
You talk about Colorado not being able to run that play when they tried to run it on 4th down and he got back, like,
well, they tried to sneak on 3rd down. They should have done the sneak on 4th down. He probably makes it because they didn't have that far to go. They had further to go on 3rd down than on 4th, and then he decided to run. And it was like, no, you're not going anywhere.
And then my third thing that I wondered about the defense, and this is one that nobody really talks about and probably should after this Colorado game, was how do the non-Tommy Hill coverage defensive backs do this season?
Yep.
And there hasn't been a lot of talk about that, but man, I haven't taken a look at the all 22 film on this or anything like this. I do want to rewatch the game, but I mean, they obviously did a pretty good job in that game, right? In terms of at least, and I know they got a lot of benefit because Sanders didn't have a lot of time, but so far that's looked pretty good. You haven't seen that huge drop off, guys, where we were kind of, worried. There was some wringing of hands in August about, oh no, Blyhill is hurt. Who else is going to be at the corner? Is Hartzog going to be able to, is he going to be able to do his thing at the position they're putting him at? And we haven't seen any of that really for the most part. I mean, the one play UTEP got the touchdown on is probably the biggest one.
Yeah. So obviously Ohio State will have, a group of skill players that, they're going to have a way better running game, way better receivers than what Colorado has, and a better offensive line. I think a worse quarterback. USC, I think, is also going to have a really good group of skill guys and a solid quarterback. Otherwise, though, you're trading from Colorado to the rest of the opponents a really good quarterback and really good receivers for, you would assume, better offensive lines, but worse skill players, right? Yeah. And so I don't know, man. I think Nebraska will do better against that. I think they're going to be fine in that regard. I thought this was the test that I needed to see them pass more than, worse quarterback, worse receivers, but better offensive line. Because of what you said, Jack, that they were able to rush 3 and 4 and still get the pressure that they did, that they're not having to blitz a whole lot right now. There's going to be a game where they blitz more and they try to bring pressure in exotic ways. And I think it's going to be a pain in the ass for the offense.
And by the way, speaking of blitzing, I think Sherman looks like a different guy on the pass rush when they do send him. He's playing, it looks like with completely different motor than he did last year. To John's point earlier, I think it's a good one. If you see that kind of pressure against Illinois, Rutgers, Purdue, then it's time to, and I don't know that any of those are elite offensive lines at this point, but you don't need to have the success again. You don't play elite offensive lines that often, right?
No.
I mean, so if they can do it against offensive lines like that are above average Big Ten lines, maybe average to above average Big Ten lines, and they can continue to get pressure like that with 3 or 4, watch out. Like seriously, like just watch out. Ty Robinson is ridiculous. That man is a menace. I cannot. Boy, talk about a career, right? That has just gotten a little better year after. You see improvement, development year after year after year. I remember even he's playing when he was younger, and I was like, boy, I kind of thought he got a lot of hype as a recruit. Didn't do a lot. Talk about a dude who got older, developed, put in the work, and now he's a menace. He's absolute menace. When teams watch film on him after that game and the week before, frankly, it's gonna be scary.
Big ass Ty. Getting it done.
Having those two guys and getting them to come back.
Vital.
Oh my gosh.
Was important. I mean, I know that the line is deep anyway, and that's probably the other thing that's really impressive is how deep they can go across that line. But having those two anchors
makes it so much easier for everybody else.
It absolutely does.
If you guys do a rewatch, though, I mean, there's a lot of different things, but like what again when Wallen and 95 were up against those tackles, and especially when I think it was against Jordan Seaton, that tackle for Colorado sometimes, and they were like, he's not going to get us. And we're not talking about, and he's like a blue chip offensive lineman, and these guys are not like the 5-star, players that were in there, but they had to have the best freaking night. Those two guys, Williams and Kai Wallen, especially, because you could tell they just knew like this tackle has no chance to get me. I'm going to speed rush him, and he's got zero chance. And he didn't. It was awesome.
Travis says it's amazing what happens when you hire a staff that can develop. I think that the players that you keep bringing up, Jack, I think are great.
Yeah,
they're great test cases for all of that, right? Like how many times over the years have we seen a player maybe show some promise, and then like the next year comes and it's like, oh wow, the improvement just didn't arrive. Right. I think we're seeing it right now.
Look at it just this year. We already talked about MJ Sherman, Robinson, or Ty Robinson taking it to another level. Those
Nash.
Guys, those other defensive end guys, Nash. And and then you talk like a Malcolm Hartzog, right? To talk about some and Bullock, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're all over the field. The stories on that defense, yeah. It's hard to say a whole lot bad right now about what this defensive staff is doing in particular.
All right, well, it wasn't as celebratory as I thought it would be. I mean,
he's got the sunglasses on.
He does, but it's kind of muted. Right.
That's exactly right. That's how we want. Yeah. I was told by a whole bunch of people we need to act like we've been there before, and that you can't get too excited about Colorado because it will be deeply embarrassing for this program. So here I am. I guess reacting appropriately with my Dion shades on.
Very nicely done. Acting appropriately.
By the way, I got these at Walgreens. I don't know if you can tell, but
I thought they were the $200 ones.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. They are. Yes. Did I say yes?
At Walgreens.
Sorry.
Yeah, you had to buy $199 worth of drugs. You got sunglasses for a buck.
I got it free with my blood pressure subscription.
Just want to know which CU you enjoy beating the most.
Oh, that's interesting.
Just like the other CU that he is referencing, you get to do this kind of a celebration about once every decade.
Wow.
I don't know. It's kind of like
last decade, John.
It's hard. They each have their own things. It's like picking between your favorite kid. I don't think I can do that.
Nice.
But my favorite kid's Nora, so I don't know. Yeah.
Nice. Boom roasted Johnny.
Hey-o.
Boom roasted Johnny.
Well, that's because he's got to bail. He still hasn't bailed Johnny out
I'm
for
just
storming the field.
Oh yeah,
he was down there. He was down there.
That's cool. You get to have fun like that.
I thought it was about an exactly appropriate celebration from the student section, right? Like not like crazy on the field, wild that everybody's going to be talking about, but they got to have a little fun. And shout out to the student section, being there early, stay until the end, finally getting a little bit of payoff.
Yelling obscenities.
Yes. This is great.
Yep. I mean,
for Iowa when they lost on the big screen.
I thought they did
it awesome.
I want to shout out. And again, I will still always critique them, and I'll always have a problem with this. I will like the 3 and out bones will stick in my craw. And so you will never get a A+ grade from me until you get rid of that. But I'm going to give you an A. A, not an A+, student section, Husker Boneyard. Take away the 3 and out bones, and we're at A+ level.
Nice.
Right? Honor roll for student sections. Let's keep it up, guys.
Keep working on that.
See you in class next week.
Keep working on that. Remember,
Nice.
Close fist.
And don't forget, below your head too is important to me.
Yeah, I don't know why you care so much about that.
Because the bones are over the skull and your head is the skull. Have you ever seen, look at the logo.
It's a logo, Jack. They're not going to put the bones
You're
in front of
duplicating the
face.
logo. You're duplicating the logo. Your head is the skull.
That doesn't matter.
It does,
If you're
Josh.
duplicating the logo, don't you have to put your arms like behind your head?
Why?
Isn't that where the skull
The
is?
logos are beneath them.
Oh, it's beneath? I thought it was behind.
Tough look for Jack.
The bones.
Oh,
are
you're right.
behind the head.
Yikes! Somebody doesn't know their logos very
Actually,
well.
is that how it's always been?
Yikes! Yikes!
Well, that's the
The official fan of Husker Nation. Tough
Never
look, Jack.
seen that logo before.
All
right, fine. Do it.
Oh,
But just
what
take away the 3 and out hands. Then fine.
Yes. Unless it's a 3 and out, it's okay for that. But if the drive was 8 plays and you're doing it, you look like a pinhead.
I'll take it on the face, just not over the head. How's that?
Sure. I don't know why that matters.
Thank you.
I don't know why that matters.
Do we still have the coin in the system? I want to get Jack's take on the coin.
I saw it.
Have you seen the coin? Jack's seen the coin.
I saw it. Yeah.
Look at the coin.
There's a lot of questions.
Many questions.
This is the ACC, right? This is
yes.
Yeah. Why do we have to have the thong looking thing as a part of it? I feel like it would have been kind of
Stop
funny.
putting it up, Josh.
I'm sorry. That's not a thong in my opinion. That's the San Andreas fault.
Nice.
God's San Andreas fault. What that is. All right. We will reconvene next week.
Can't wait to recap the Northern Iowa game.
Yeah, can't wait.
You going to the Friday night game against Illinois?
I'm going to try and get tickets. I think.
Awesome.
I
Stop
think
by
I'm
our
going to try and
pregame
get
show.
tickets.
Well, you have to have.
Oh,
passes.
never
you have to
mind.
have a
Yeah.
pass.
Stop by our post.
Whoa, hold on. You have to have passes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You
It's a private event.
We're at
You
the
seriously
border
couldn't
parties
get me a
stuff.
pass to come?
Oh, we could maybe. I don't know.
We might be able.
We could
to.
try.
Well, it didn't sound like you
There's
could
no
there.
guarantees though, Jack. You know, it's
We know some
exclusive.
people.
Yeah,
It's
we'll ask for
exclusive.
you, Jack.
Maybe we can pull some strings.
If I come up and I do do you know who I am type thing, I'll probably get in, right? Though, yeah,
I'm the voice of the Husker fan, Jack Mitchell. They'll say, "Oh, you."
yeah, right. Especially if
Yes.
I wear these.
Well, let's not talk about it now. That's looking ahead. We do not want to look.
My
past the
apologies.
panels.
Oh,
My
sorry.
apologies.
It's Northern Iowa week.
Go
We-
Panthers.
Whippy. Bye, Jack.
Bye.
There he is, Jack Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen.
What a guy. We have gotten some negative texts from the person I was wondering when we'd hear from him. That is listener Doc, that I can read. He has a bone, not the 3 and out bones, but he has a bone to pick with something you said in our interview with Jack.
Is the bone ahead or in front of the head or behind the
Good
head?
question. We'll figure it out during the break. He has a bone to pick with you, though, John.
Cool.
Indeed, it is very cool.
We'll be back and continue. We'll look into the numbers.
Let's do it.
K-Ford's got some updated things.
Ooh.
And
That was a noise.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. What a weird, fun weekend of football it was for some of us. Hopefully, you won a lot with the Circus Sports Iowa as your sports book. If you were using one of the other guys, it's never too late to make the switch to the sports book made for people who are ready to get serious about winning anywhere in the state of Iowa. Circus Sports Iowa offers tight money line splits that you won't see anywhere else. It simply means that the lines they set are meticulously crafted. Let's look at a couple for football. On the pro side tonight, the JETS Jets are plus 190 to beat the 49ers. This weekend, Florida is plus 160 to beat Texas A&M on the college side. They also offer in-game lines that are live that update every single break and, of course, many, many props. Download your new sportsbook today that offers all the hospitality of Las Vegas at your fingertips anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
If you are a member of the 1620, the email club, you already have access to making picks in the all-new $25,000 four-quarter pick'em. We're giving away $25,000 over 10 weeks.
That's a lot of Ks.
$2,500 a week. Guaranteed. This is not like any four-quarter pick'em you've ever experienced before.
No.
Because, first of all, you're all welcome to join.
What? Everyone?
Do it.
You don't have to qualify for anything. Number 2, there's a guaranteed winner. Number 3, you're not picking 4 games, you're picking 10. But you're not picking against the spread. It's just straight up.
Straight picks.
Winners over losers. So
there's the email. I got it this morning.
I did too.
And again, somebody will win. There will be a winner.
There will
every
be a
week.
winner. Now, the reason why having the early access is cool or important is because in case of ties, the entry among the winning entrants who sent in their picks first,
because we can tell,
wins. So if you're a member of 1620, the email, you already have the link. It's in your inbox. Go get it right now. Run now. Go get it and go make your picks. For the rest of y'all, the link goes live on the website tomorrow morning.
1620thezone.com. The early bird gets the $25K.
So again, you need to be a member of the email club.
That's sweet.
It gives you an advantage.
It definitely does.
But the link will be up tomorrow. Make sure you get registered. Make sure you go in because guaranteed $2,500 every week.
Also, grand prize. There's a grand prize at the end.
You get a grand prize.
You get a grand prize. So again, 1620zone.com.
Nice.
All right. So
the grand prize is tight.
Someone was bitching.
Someone was bitching. This is friend of the Grum, Doc.
Is Doc still a friend of the Grum?
Well, Doc is. I was waiting to hear from Doc because Doc has turned into one of our more pessimistic listeners of Husker football. Yeah, concern indeed. Doc writes, the high of the fan base after a win against a team that lost 9 of the last 11 is unreal. I bet if you took a poll right now of how many wins Nebraska would have, you easily will get people saying 10 or 11. So this is ripping on you.
Oh,
John.
yeah.
Here
right.
we go.
Yeah, go ahead.
How do you have a letdown against a team you are already blowing out? I understand the logic, John, but I think that's reaching. Nebraska already knew they were the better team. Let's see what they do when they actually play against a team with equal talent or better talent. I don't understand.
No. The idea. Listen, I am not ruling out the possibility that there still could. The idea of a letdown, right, is what happened to Notre Dame this week.
100%.
Teams that come off of big emotional wins.
What's happening?
The most classic example in Nebraska history was 1978.
Oh, and they lose to Missouri after
when they
beating
lost
Oklahoma.
to Missouri the following week.
Yep.
That's like the classic example of the letdown. It is possible. I was just proffering a theory.
Yep.
That because the second half went as it did, it gave Matt Rule a ton of stuff to nitpick, and not even nitpick, I mean, just straight out be critical of. And I think that message is received easier when it comes after a second half that happened as it did, versus if that game had ended up 49-7,
100%,
or 49-10, or whatever the score might have ended up being. That's what I'm saying. So theoretically, it could have served as the letdown. So that's what I was expecting.
Here's why I don't think you're reaching. I've been watching football for many years. I've been watching sports in general, baseball, though I think this conversation is more of a basketball and football conversation. I've seen teams get large leads going into the half where the game is all but over.
Yeah.
And I have seen teams coast in the second half. It is hard to come with the energy that they did in the first half, have such a large lead, go into a 20-minute break, and then come back out and try to do that again. It's very, very difficult.
It can be, yeah.
College, high school, pro, it's hard in those types of sports. Were they perfect in the second half? Obviously not. They have things that they need to get better at. They would agree with that. The thing that I like about them, though, is that I think defense travels. I think defense very much travels. And I think the defense will travel. And I think that's going to be something that is nice. If we did a poll today, would people pick 10 and 11? Sure. I don't know what that has to do with anything, though, if the defense is good. And I think the defense was good. I think the defense is great.
It is great.
I asked a question. Can they be elite? Are they elite? I think that is a very real question. We need to see them against better offenses, sure. But if they continue
or at least better, more complete offenses.
That's a good way to describe
or
it.
an offense that has a running game.
Sure.
We haven't seen that either.
And they're about to go up against a team this weekend that is going to, like it's FCS, so I'm not expecting much, but they're going to try to run the ball. They have, 600 plus yards in the first 2 games? Like, they're going to try to run the ball.
Absolutely.
I think Nebraska will be just fine because, again, it's going to be a bunch of FCS guys. But, yes, I'm with you. More complete teams. I think next Friday's game is going to be pretty interesting because they're going to get to go up against somebody who, I mean, certainly surprised me with their win on Saturday versus Kansas. And a team, you said it with Jack, Illinois will be well coached because of, I know who their head coach is. They're going to be well coached.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bielema, you never underestimate a Brett Bielema team.
Yeah.
Ever.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska, in my opinion, had a distinct coaching advantage on Saturday night.
Todd writes, hell, even I was exhausted at the half in terms of a bit of a letdown in the second half. Mustache Adam right. A letdown is what happened 7 years ago today when Oregon was up 42-14 in the first half against Nebraska, then let them creep back in and only won by 7. That was a weird game.
It was a weird game.
It was a weird game.
Yeah.
See, it's funny. For as big of a letdown as they had in the second half, they still won by 18.
I mean, and I'll be honest,
18 points.
Part of what I said is maybe a bit of wish casting.
Sure.
That, hey, this second half could serve as the letdown. Thus, again, it keeps you from getting too high on yourself. It keeps you from, sniffing your own you-know-whats.
Like the coin.
And it gives, it allows for what Matt Rule had to say today at his press conference to sink in, or whatever he's saying in team meetings to sink in easier than if they had gone out there and won 52-7. They'd have done that. Yeah, as much as we want to talk about, oh no, he's got the voice of the locker room. The guys are always listening. Kids are kids, man. 18 to 22-year-olds are still 18 to 22-year-olds, and they can be.
Yes,
they can. Heck, you don't have to be 18 to 22 to get a little high on your own fumes. And so, anytime you have a moment to, let's just put it this way, it's a lot easier for Matt Rule's message to get through.
Yeah, again, because they didn't dominate and
go
go on into the night winning by 35 points. They won by 18. They didn't score a touchdown in the second half.
They were never threatened.
No, there was no doubt that they were going to win the football game, but it was also it was just a messy game, whether it was penalties or missed blocks. The offensive line, there was a pass rush coming at Dillon many, many times throughout the night. He had to avoid them to avoid getting sacked.
All right, we're looking into some of the numbers when we continue, and your thoughts are always welcome at 402-951-1620, which is also the text line, 42 degrees the source, or if you want to send us an email into the Equitable Bank inbox. It's John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring here on 1620 The Zone. Josh, did you know there's a huge volleyball match tomorrow night in Lincoln?
Oh, yeah.
Number 5, Nebraska. They slipped a couple of spots after the loss to SMU. And Creighton matching their highest ranking in program history, number 9.
I heard you brought this up on the postgame show, and I think you triggered some people.
Yeah, I was mostly aimed at one person who was trying to be a troll on the
YouTube chat.
So, hey, I mean, Creighton's got a shot. It'll be a good match.
Yeah, the one went 5 sets a couple years ago.
7 p.m. tomorrow night on the BTN, the Big Ten Network.
Nice.
Yeah. So, congrats to Creighton tying their best ranking ever.
Well, a win would obviously put them in then
move them up.
The highest ranking that they have ever had.
It would also be the first time they've beaten Nebraska.
Yes, it would
in a regular season.
Yes,
match.
It would.
So on to the numbers for Saturday. The havoc rate. Havoc.
Tell people what havoc is again, John.
It's the percentage of plays with a forced fumble, a pass breakup, a tackle for loss, which of course includes sacks, and or an interception.
So this is total number of plays defended and then
divided by the havoc plays. 25.8%, better than last week. And that does not include what was statistically measured as 10 quarterback hurries.
Wow.
That doesn't even count that.
That doesn't count those.
It doesn't count
It
those.
should.
It doesn't count those.
Wow.
It doesn't count those.
Those
but
not counted.
That's really, really, really good.
By the way, last year, I found a story from the end of November, just trying to figure out what is the best. Now, this doesn't have a percentage. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm just trying to figure out what is like the best of the. Oh, here we go. Okay. Havoc rank for. Oh, never mind. This is just ignore me. That was sack percentage.
No, this is up there.
Oh, it's definitely up there. I'm just trying to figure out
about one out of every four
plays. And like you said, that the quarterback hurries do not account for this too.
Correct.
Or do not count inside of this.
Just to put it into perspective, Nebraska was only above 20% 4 times last year. They're above 25% in back-to-back games this year to start. Another game of under 6 yards per play, only 4.2 yards per play allowed.
Crazy.
So we're going to keep track of this because there's a chance this defense keeps it going of breaking the longest streak since 2004, which was 21 straight games of holding a team to under 6 yards per play. That would have been the end of 2008 all through 2009 and into 2010 season.
So real quick, to tie
Basically
that,
the peak of the Pelini era defenses.
So to tie that, it would mean the Ohio State game would fall in the bucket. To surpass that, it would mean they would have to do so against USC.
Bingo.
Wow. So
we'll see.
Those are the two best offenses they'll play the rest of the year.
Only 10 points allowed to Colorado. That's the second fewest points scored by a Shedeur Sanders-led offense. Last year, Oregon held them to 6.
Wow.
16 yards of rushing. They were negative yards rushing for most of the
They
game
had that
until
long run.
one broken play.
There was a very real world where Nebraska held them to negative yards.
But
negative
boys. The fewest rushing yards allowed by a white defense. Last year, Illinois only had 21 yards of rushing. Tony White defense, Nick. And only 72 yards rushing allowed this season so far.
Cripes.
Giving up 1.5 yards per carry. Again, it's 2 games, and I know Colorado sucks.
They do. But
you still got to do it.
You still do have to do it. And like, man,
by the way, that's 6th in the country.
I'm just getting tired of this crap. Like all last week, people were worried, and now it's like, never mind. It's not a good team. And they're not. But it's a good quarterback, and it's certainly a good set of receivers. What did Joe Horn do in his first, or Jimmy Horn rather? Now you got me saying it. What did Jimmy Horn do in game 1?
200 yards.
What did he do in game 2?
Not 200 yards.
Not 200, not even close to 200 yards. Come on.
No turnovers, man. You talk about the biggest difference between this year and last year. No turnovers.
We said it all offseason. What happens if they're just not lighting themselves on fire every possession?
Plus 2 turnover margin. First time under Matt Rule, Nebraska's been +2 in the turnover margin. It's only the second time they've been in the plus in turnover margin. They only had one game all last year where they had fewer turnovers than their opponent, and that was La Tech.
Wow.
And they've done it now in back-to-back games.
Wow.
Protection, no sacks allowed. The offensive line has allowed 1 sack in 67 dropbacks.
I would give this credit more to Dylan Raiola than I would the line. There were multiple times where the guy in his pocket presence is ridiculous. So this is, I don't want to be overly critical of the line, but this isn't just on them. This is also on their quarterback too.
But when you consider last year,
for sure.
10% sack rate allowed. This year it's 1.5.
That's going to get it done.
So sure, yes, not allowing sacks. Some of that falls on your quarterback, just as it falls on your offensive line. But it is what it is. And through 2 games, quick check. Nebraska's averaging 4.5 yards per carry. Last year at this time, it was 5.2. So the rushing is down. But you kind of expected that because your quarterback's not a huge part of your running game, right? Yards per attempt passing. Dylan's at 7. Well, the team is at 7.1. Last year at this time, it was 5.7. Yards per play is slightly better, 5.7 to 5.3. But the biggest difference, points. It's about the points. Don't tell me about the yards. It's about points, ma'am. 34 points a game versus 12 points a game through 2 games last year.
Again, that will do it.
That will get her done.
They allowed 34 points per game through 2 games last year?
No, that's offense. This is offense.
My bad. I'm like, what?
It's offense.
Okay,
Nebraska has averaged 34
Yeah.
points a game.
Yeah.
Last year, the offense through 2 games averaged 12 points.
Yeah, did not get it done.
Yeah. And remember, the season total was 18 points per game. So it's not like it got a whole lot better after the disastrous first 2 games.
No.
In which some people on this radio station, on the phones, in the emails, in
behind
the chat
that
rooms,
microphone.
not behind this microphone.
Behind that microphone.
Not behind this microphone.
Behind the mic.
We're saying things like, man, I wish we would have hired Prime.
Yeah, that's a tough look.
I wish we would have hired Prime because then at least he would have taken our quarterback off the field with 2 minutes to go.
Had people ask about that. I mean, I'm assuming that was just to get him out of there because they knew there was going to be a celebration afterwards. I think that's a rough look. I think it's a rough look. I mean, you should. First of all, it wasn't going to be.
We see this in hoops, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't excuse it. You know, after the game, if we're gonna congratulate the other team, or at least the coaches, the players dap up after the game. Plus that you stay out there with your teammates. Now, if you're injured like Shiloh was, I get that. You go back to the locker room. But why are you going back to the locker room when the game's not over and you're healthy? That's weak sauce.
Okay, we disagree.
You
That's fine.
Stay out there with your teammates.
That's fine. We disagree. It's not a big deal.
Why is
he
that
got
a
banged
big
up the drive before, and I think that they were worried, like with Nebraska and some of the things that they chanted at him. I think that they were just like,
well, they were chanting at Travis Hunter. He didn't leave the field.
That's true. That's a great point. It's a great point.
You don't leave
but
your
Travis,
teammates.
See, I'm with Travis. Honestly, I'd assumed Shedeur had a concussion, and I did too because he got banged up on the previous drive, and I know he stayed in on that
If that's
drive.
the case, then I rescind what I just said. But
yeah, now if they come out and say that, obviously, then we'll see. John, sad news to report as we go to break. And it's Nick. It's out there, multiple outlets.
Okay.
Deadline is reporting that James Earl Jones has passed away. 93 years
man.
Young. Yeah. Died this morning at his home in New York State.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That is too bad.
93.
Tremendous voice.
Yes.
And someone who always added some gravitas.
Yes, he did.
To whatever he was in. That's sad.
Yeah.
Well, rest in peace.
Yeah.
The voice of Darth Vader.
We have quoted him many times on the show.
Yes, we have.
One of my favorite, obviously everyone will do the Darth Vader lines, but one of the random throwaway lines that you and I have always enjoyed is Moonlight Graham.
Moonlight Graham.
And I know Stibbs always enjoyed from the same movie, Saw What? When he's talking to Kevin Costner's character. Travis says, that's the voice I want to narrate my life.
What was the last name?
Terrence Mann.
Terrence Mann.
Great author name. Great pretend author name.
Great pretend author name played by a true gentleman.
Travis points out The Sandlot. I don't think you're a big Sandlot guy.
I love The Sandlot.
Okay. I'm thinking of Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, that's an actual good baseball
He's
movie.
an
Not
awesome,
that trashy Rookie of the Year.
Awesome character in that movie. Of course, the owner of
Shut Up My Life.
Of Hercules the dog.
I know you guys already brought up Star Wars, but there is not a moment that I got more excited in my life than the end of Rogue One. where he showed
When he
up.
shows up and is a badass.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
But we didn't hear his voice.
No, we did not.
We
By
did
the
not hear
way,
his voice. I was glad though that they brought him back for even though we got the no.
That
But
was very good.
I'm glad we got him back for that.
Not to go back to Husker football for a moment, but I will go back to Husker football for just a moment because Trevor and Lincoln also texted us in one more stat, which I found amazing from Arbitrary Analytics. This is the first Husker season since 1998 where the starting quarterback didn't throw a pick or lose a fumble in the first 2 games of the season. Monte Cristo did lose a fumble in relief of Eric Crouch against UAB that season, but the starters in 98 did not apparently throw a pick or have a fumble in the first 2 games of the 19. So what that would have been La Tech and UAB.
Incredible.
Yeah.
So that's 20 years. That's 25, 26 years.
26 years. That's a quarter of a century. Nick
on
was
you,
saying
Dylan.
goo goo gaga.
I was saying
pooping
goo goo
himself.
gaga. I looked like the coin.
He looked like the coin.
He did look like the coin. All right, we've got more to come, so please don't go anywhere. 1620 zone. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, don't forget, we got Monday Night Football tonight.
Ho!
Will Aaron Rodgers make it beyond 5 plays?
It's the question we're all asking.
Aaron, could you do me a favor and at least still be available when I get home? Literally, I was pulling into my neighborhood when that play happened, and I realized I wasn't going to get to see Aaron Rodgers play for the New York Jets that season.
Mm-hmm.
So at least make it until I get into. Well, the game will start by the time I'm home because last year the Jets game started earlier.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, it was an early start.
Oh.
It was like before 7.
What?
I recall.
I thought it was like 7:15.
Weird.
No, because didn't they do the wonky doubleheader or something?
No, they just this.
Well, some reason I wasn't
that
quite
wasn't the
home
not
yet.
doubleheader,
I
I don't
wasn't
think.
quite home yet
Mm.
when that play happened, and it was like, damn it.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
So,
oh, damn
so
it.
let's see if you can make it.
Oh, damn it.
That'd be
And
nice.
it'd be nice if maybe if you and your teammates played well and, beat Frisco.
I think they will.
I mean,
Oh.
you're smoking something. that
I got
probably
it. You know
shouldn't
what?
do, but-
Ayahuasca?
I am going to get out the list. I
Get
have
the eggs.
It's going to be a double list item, but in one single sentence. Are you ready for this, John? I guess I
Please.
could just say one sentence.
Just yes.
The 49ers are going to start off 0-2. They're going to lose to the Jets tonight, and then the Minnesota Vikings in Minneapolis on Sunday.
Wow.
They lost to them last year. John.
Yeah, they had Kirk Cousins last.
They did have Kirk Cousins last year.
Yeah, and now they have
Sam Darnold.
Arnold Darnold.
Arnold Darnold.
I missed the Pastronaut.
It's my first list item
Good
in a
on
week.
you. Good on you, Sam Darnold. You played well yesterday.
All right.
Good on you. Let's hit the lines here. Here's Walter. Hi, Walter. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Walter is gone. What did Walter wanted to say?
He just said if he was a Nebraska player, he would have been offended about Dion and how Dion was treating his players and stuff because of the favoritism or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Not sure. I didn't fully. He said a lot of things in a
He
very
said
short
many
amount of
things.
time.
Many things on many sides.
And I was sad about James Earl Jones, and I was just trying to
I understand. I
hold it
understand.
together.
Here, let me read an email real fast before we get to
some
40 numbers. Chris writes.
No, not 40 numbers.
My bad. Yes, this is
K
not,
Ford, please.
that was more like 40 as in like, adding E at the end of something like, wingy for no
I
reason.
know, but
You're right. You're right. That was my
yeah,
fault. That's my fault. Chris writes in on the Equitable Bank inbox. Nick, play the noise for Doug.
Sorry.
There you go. Chris writes, I wouldn't call myself pessimistic by any means, but I do believe there are some deficiencies and plenty of work to be done. The defense appears to be good or possibly great. The offense is capable to move the ball consistently and has the ability to be explosive. It was a good win with plenty to celebrate over a rival. We can celebrate success while staying reasonable in our assessment. As of now, I believe this is a 7, maybe 8 win team, and I think it's getting a little ahead of ourselves to even think CFP combo at this point. We've beaten 2 teams that we should have. For now, keep getting better and showing progress. It's a perfect email to lead into what we are talking about. And Aaron Papillion also asked me, has my prediction changed or have your predictions changed after the first 2 games? I have not.
No.
For the record, the playoff stuff, it's a very much in jest. Stu Mandel had them in his playoff. Which,
right, but I mean,
if he wouldn't
everyone
have-
is prisoner of the moment.
100%. If he wouldn't have done that, I think we would have jokingly mentioned it today, not like planned out a
Yeah.
road trip to Tuscaloosa. I do not think that they are going to make the playoff.
No.
I still think that they are an 8-4 football team because of the deficiencies that
Well, yeah,
that we have talked about.
I had them winning these 2 games.
I definitely had them winning these 2 games. So did K Ford had them winning these 2 games.
Absolutely, he did. In fact, Connor and I kind of took this up on Saturday night from the bottoms. I said, someone asked about, at what point would you revisit your prediction? First of all, I mean, my prediction is my prediction. I'm not going to change it. But in terms of what I think is possible, ask me at the end of this month, or at least this first.
Is it the 7 games?
It'd be the first 7 game stretch.
Is it going into the Indiana? Like after
yeah,
the
going
Indiana
into the
game?
bye week. When we go into week 7, which is the bye week.
Yeah,
we can revisit if we change our expectations. But our good buddy Kelly Ford, KFordratings.com, has updated his numbers.
Okay.
And we'll be doing this week to week, comparing it to what it was last week. But he now has Nebraska at 7.5 wins, which is up from 7.2 last week.
And it's up from 7 at the start of the year. So they're up a half win.
You know what's funny though? He's actually dropped them a 1/10 of a win in conference. Last week, 4.6 conference wins. This week, 4.5.
Interesting. So it's all come from the Colorado game being a 60-some-odd percent chance to win and then winning the game.
Correct.
Interesting.
Well, and a big reason for that, by the way, but while we're talking about wins, it's still a 26% chance of 7 wins. It is now up to a 27% chance of 8 wins. Last week it was 24. a 16% chance for 9 wins. Last week it was 14. So it's bumped just a smidge.
Yeah.
But the real interesting moves, and I've got them circled, are in the win probability percentages for the remaining games. Now, this week, Northern Iowa, it's still at 92%. No
Go
change.
Panthers.
Illinois,
Sound confident.
Illinois, a slight drop from 68 to 66. Purdue, a slight increase from 61 to 64. Rutgers stays the same, 66. But look at Indiana.
Wow.
The Indiana game last week was a 68% chance of a Nebraska win. It is now down to 50%.
I am not going to pretend like I didn't, or that I watched any of that game because I did not.
I didn't, but
I still am not in on Indiana like you and the Indiana Hive.
Well,
the Signetti Hive is growing. People love his press conferences, and they love when he scores 77 points against an overmatched opponent.
That's better. I mean, literally everyone's saying, hey, celebrate what Nebraska's doing.
Sure.
They're taking care of the teams they should be taking care of. Indiana's doing the same thing.
That's very much true, John. That is very much true.
Indiana's doing the same thing.
By the way,
and this week will be interesting because
Indiana
goes to UCLA.
It's Saturday night.
That actually, for not to preview Wednesday, but we could be dealing out some consonants in the old grades for the Fired Up for Football in college this week. There's a what?
Could be an A week.
Yeah, if you're a dumbass.
Hey, you said that last week was going to be bad and it was awesome. So what do you know?
Can't
I
wait
didn't
for
say it was
Fired
going
Up
to
for
be bad.
Football.
I gave it a C+.
Yeah, and a top 5 team lost.
That's it.
Seems
That's
like
a
A
passing
weekend
grade
to me.
You don't grade the games based on what happened. You're
Sorry.
grading them based on their watchability going in.
Sorry, the watchability was awesome. Anyway, back to Indiana. But yeah, they're on the road at UCLA, so it's obviously not going to be a great atmosphere. But if they win this game, man, Charlotte, Maryland at home at Northwestern, and I think that's a late game, and Northwestern is doo-doo.
That could be 2 undefeated.
Dude, that could be 2 undefeated teams. Good God. Can you imagine that? 6-0 versus 6-0.
I mean, that
Would
could
that
be.
be big noon? What are we talking about? That's so wild.
I don't know what the other games
Yeah,
are
I gotta
that
go.
week.
I got to go look it
I don't
up.
know what the
It's
other
so funny.
games
We're all
are that
looking
week.
forward to like big noon, Nebraska, Ohio State.
Well, forget about Big Noon. Maybe we'll get Gary and Gary.
Gary and
or
Gary?
Not Gary and Gary. I'm
Gary
sorry.
and Gary.
Gary?
Brad and Gary.
Brad and Gary, yes.
The CBS
yes.
2:30 special.
That would actually be pretty cool. That'd be really cool.
Ohio State, by the way, 7% chance last week, down to 5.
All right, it's not going to get game day. Good Lord.
UCLA from 69 to 71. USC from 28 now down to 23. But couple of bumps up.
Oh, yeah.
Wisconsin, 57% chance of winning, now up to 66.
I believe you put that game on the list at one point this season, John, the Wisconsin game, and yeesh, they are not looking good through.
And
weeks.
Iowa from 37 to 43%.
Wow.
So there's our side-by-side. By the way, if you want to check out K Ford's latest numbers, where he has Nebraska's defense as his number 3 ranked defense.
Mm-hmm.
I think last week it was number 6.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out. We just tweeted it out from the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page.
Real quick, because looks like we might have a great phone call coming up in just a moment.
Wow, you're really putting some pressure on that phone.
I am indeed. So we were talking about pregame shows.
Yeah.
Just to tease Fired Up for Football a little bit. And let's see what happens with Bama.
Mhm.
Third Saturday in October, they are playing at Tennessee in Knoxville.
That's the third Saturday night.
Georgia is at Texas.
Georgia.
That might be the best weekend of the year.
Yes, and if you would have graded things properly,
not working overreaction,
and your A's actually mean something, that'll
Nice.
That'll make a lot of sense.
Nice. Wow, that would be a fun ass Saturday. Oh,
Yes.
Rob points out Miami and Louisville play that weekend as well. The ACC getting things done.
Well, I hope I know what coin I want to flip for that game.
Nice.
Hey, if we're going to bookend Michael Severe this week because he's going to join us on Friday.
Oh, that's confirmed?
Yeah, he's going
Nice.
to join us Friday from Omaha Roncalli for the greatest concession stand in the state.
And I'll be in Minnesota.
Josh will be with us virtually.
Interesting.
Minnesota.
Josh isn't going to be here on a Friday when we're doing something fun.
Yeah, no kidding. Michael.
Hello, how are you?
Hey,
Oh,
good, Michael.
lovely.
How was the show yesterday?
It was good. We got some calls and we went over some stuff.
I enjoyed it.
We broke some new ground. Yeah, I thought it was all right.
Awesome.
Have you guys done roll call yet?
Roll call? Oh, no, we haven't, Michael.
What's roll call? I'm sorry.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah?
Nick, are you there? Did your team win yesterday?
Raise your hand, Nick.
Oh, yeah, they did. They did win yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Hey, Josh, did your team win yesterday?
Michael, thanks for asking. They did win yesterday.
You set this up.
I didn't. I swear to God.
You set this up.
Ask me something.
Hey, Michael, did your team...
Hey, Michael, did you guys play an actual team yesterday?
They won. Every win in the NFL counts the same. There's no voters. There's none of that. Every win counts the same.
Only one of us played a team that I am confident will be in the playoffs this year. That's all I'm going to say.
0-1. That's what only one of us is. Roll call the wins, baby. Roll call the wins.
Hey, Michael, it was still pass interference.
It was not pass interference as much as it was a shot to the head. I always thought they should have called
targeting
more than they should have called the interference because he hit him dead in the helmet. But you know what? That was a long time ago.
I know.
I never got mad.
I know.
I'm fine. I wanted my one Super Bowl. I got it. I'm good. But I will tell you this: 1-0 feels pretty good. I'm just saying.
It does feel good.
Feels okay.
Feels nice. And now, Michael, now our teams are playing this week.
I know. I think 6.5 is the line.
That's what I saw. Yeah.
6.5. You know, the Saints in general over the years have dominated the Dallas Cowboys. It's a really weird series.
They have
a lot of wins by the Saints for some reason.
Yeah, the worst team usually wins in this game.
God, that means I got to root for
the year of the pass interference. Dallas beat the Saints in the regular season. The year that the Saints won the Super Bowl, Dallas beat them.
Yeah.
But a few years back, the Saints beat Dallas, and Dallas was a better team that year. Very odd.
First year of Troy Aikman destroyed them.
Oh.
First year after George Rogers was the first overall pick by the Saints, destroyed them. One year the Saints came out in a bone offense with 3 running backs and ran for like 200-some yards on you guys. You never know what's going to happen.
It's the NFL.
The Saints and Cowboys get together, yeah.
What a sport.
Yeah. Good job, John, by them Rams. Good effort. That's good job. Good job.
Hey, listen, when we were down 17-3, and half of our offensive line is out. Were you about to turn off
the TV?
And Puka's out. I'm like, I literally said, and my son can vouch for me, I said, we should get a point every time we get a first down. That's how bad it was looking. And we almost, listen, we got a tough, it's going to be a tough hill to climb.
By the way, they just announced Puka has a PCL sprain as an IR candidate, according to
that's what I thought that was.
Yeah.
That is the most rare knee injury in sport.
Yeah. I don't think it ever recovered from spring camp or fall camp.
You literally have to almost be in a car accident, or remember when RG3 was in the air and that Baltimore player hit him and it reversed hyperextended?
Yeah.
That's like the only way to really damage that PCL. That's a tough injury, man.
Yeah.
It's really tough.
Yeah. It's going to be a long, tough hill to climb. So
we could trade you. You know, the Saints have his little brother on the practice spot.
Do they really?
Well, we need to get some offensive linemen first, and then we'll work on that.
He almost returned a missed field goal 109 yards during the preseason. He got to the 3 and got caught.
Oh, that's awesome.
A 3-yard line. Yeah. That's his little brother.
That's cool.
Anyway.
Listen, we have the sprinter, Tyler Johnson. We're fine.
Hey, that was a hell of a move he made where he stopped and pivoted. That was incredible talent.
It was, but it's the only thing I tweeted out last night during the game was when Tirico said, "It's Tyler Johnson, the sprinter." Meanwhile, linebackers are chasing him down. And my son's friend who was over watching the games with us yesterday looked up his 40 time. He was a 4.7 40 guy. I'm like, Tirico, you usually are pretty buttoned up with your information. You missed that one, pal. You missed that one.
He's not a sprinter. How do you feel when somebody's thought, like, I'd never heard this before. Did you know that Dowdell had some issue with asthma? Did you know that?
No.
It was today in the press conference. He's like, oh, yeah, he's got this asthma thing. He only can play a few plays in a row. I'm like, what? No one ever told us that. I never heard that as anything.
You would have thought we'd have heard about that when he was coming in from Oregon.
I know. You think it was breaking news during the press conference today. I've been rewinding. I'm like, is he talking about Dowdell has an asthma issue? And that's what it sounded like to me. You know, sometimes he gets a little off topic. He does tangent occasionally.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was talking about Dowdell saying that he had this asthma breathing issue, and he can't. That's why he can't play a bunch of plays in a row.
Interesting.
Or work out a lot. That's why he got overweight doing when he.
Yeah, I'm reading from Robin Washett's notes because he was there in the room. Rule said that Dante Dowdell's biggest improvement since the spring is that he's in shape. Rule noted that Dowdell was asthmatic and could only play so many snaps in a row, which is why his conditioning is so important.
Interesting.
It came out of nowhere.
Yeah, seriously.
We know everything about these recruits. How do we not know that? It's crazy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Anyway.
All right, Michael, we will see you on. Now I don't feel so bad for making you watch Super Troopers.
Oh, does Michael hate Super Troopers?
Well, no, it's just, you know me.
Oh, that's right. You don't like comedy.
It's not comedy. I like things that are actually funny. I'm not into the, fart humor or poop humor. That's not my stuff. Or people, when they're dumb on purpose. I can't do dumb on purpose.
Yeah.
That's why.
Well, there's not fart and poop. They are very dumb though. There are some real big idiots in this movie. Real big idiots.
Yeah.
Okay, I've cut from new movie magic before, so I've seen a couple of clips.
Yeah.
From movie magic, but yeah. So I'm okay. I'm looking forward to it now, and I don't mean that at all.
Okay.
All right, Michael.
All right.
Bye, Michael. See you virtually on Friday.
Yep.
Bye, Michael. See you in person on Friday.
He will join us from yes, we will be at the world's best concession stand because they are unveiling their brand new field. They got new field turf this year.
So sad I won't be there.
Roncalli. So we're actually going to be there twice this year. Our regular visit is going to be later in the season
because I'll be back. I won't be traveling.
Excited. They wanted us there for this, so we're going to be there for that. So we're going to get a double dose of Roncalli.
Yeah, because we were like, hey, sorry, Josh can't go. And they were like, that's fine. What if you guys did it twice?
Yeah.
We're like, sweet.
We're going to be there. So
2 Roncallis.
There it's, what is it, 60?
Nick, imaging. There we go. Get Ed to say it. 2 Roncallis. That's perfect.
Nice.
2 Roncallis. It's Sorensen.
Yeah, Sorensen. But I wanted the cross streets like 60.
64, 65th would be my guess. It's over by
double check.
It's a little further west
Yeah,
of Nathan
about
Hale.
65th and Sorensen Parkway.
It's my part of the town, baby. I used to be a North Omaha kid.
Yeah, 65th and Sorensen Parkway. Come join us. Great food, great times.
Oh yeah,
great excitement,
awesome. And I won't be there, so that's perfect for people. Michael will be there.
Mike will be there.
People love
Nick
Michael.
will be there.
How do we think Joey's going to do with the double mix minus?
It should be fine.
Okay. Scott writes, Rams came back to lose by 1 score. Frost era in full effect.
Yeah,
I'm bummed for you. I'm bummed for you. Puka Nacua, that sucks.
It does. It
Losing
does.
players in game 1 sucks.
It does.
It sucked.
It's not fun.
Husker Sports Guy writes on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, not buying Indiana. Congrats on running up the score on an FCS team that hasn't won in 2 years. Nebraska could have hung 70 on UTEP too if their coach was an a-hole. I'm with Husker Sports Guy. I am not in on Indiana. Not in on them.
Indiana will be a tougher challenge in Colorado. Easily.
Well, don't think I'm going to disagree with you on that one. So that is fair. Is that game? I forget. Is that game in Indiana?
Yes, that's
it's in
the
Bloomington.
I've been looking ahead to this game. Not looking ahead
in Bloomington. Wonder what kind of crowd they'll get.
If Indiana's 7-0 or 6-0, whatever the record is going into that,
both be 6-0.
It will be a huge game.
It would. The other 2 games that I mentioned, I said it's a huge weekend. Those, if you noticed, were both SEC games. I didn't look at the Big Ten schedule, but John, there is a real world where if these teams are as good as we think they could be, that would be a Big Ten noon kickoff.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, can you imagine that? Big Ten, big noon kickoff for Nebraska and Indiana. And it wouldn't feel forced, which is the weirder part. Other games that weekend in the Big Ten, USC at Maryland, Michigan at Illinois, Iowa at Michigan State, Wisconsin at Northwestern, UCLA at Rutgers. Wow. Bring big noon to Bloomington. That's a lot of B's.
USC Maryland is intriguing to me because I feel like one team is going to score a lot more than the other team.
Yeah, USC. People feel good about them right now.
They do.
Feel good.
They do. By the way.
Yes, John?
Yeah.
Number 23 in the country.
Number 23? Yeah, they are.
Oh, people forget we're ranked.
Number
First
23.
ranking since September the 3rd, 2019.
The royal we.
Did Nick just say we about Nebraska?
The royal we.
Wow.
The royal we.
People who think that you're a hater are going to love you now.
I'm on a radio station that talks about Nebraska football,
I don't call
so
we.
I have to say we.
You don't have to.
Say we.
Interesting, Nick.
And I know that's been a bad run here the last few years, but this is the longest stretch between poll rankings since the 50s.
And those are the dark days.
Yeah.
These are the new dark days.
And oh, by the way,
new dark days.
Same as the old ones.
Except we have Twitter now.
Even Bill Jennings got
50s
ranked
Twitter?
once.
Oh.
Even Bill Jennings got ranked once. So this is
kind of like Scott Frost.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Oh, so Matt Rule and Scott Frost are the same.
We're not going to have time for it today, but I do want to almost explore this topic, and maybe it's not even a big one, but it's just like people bought in on him pretty fast away from here. Is that, like I think that people definitely like to get clicks from Husker fans.
Sure they do.
But people are really all in on him.
Well, there's a couple of reasons. And again, a lot of this is superfluous, in my opinion. It helps that people have latched on to the Dylan story.
100%.
It helps that, and we haven't seen the defense.
Defense travels. People buy into teams that have good defense.
They certainly do.
And a not embarrassing offense.
But the defense good last year too.
Yes.
But the differences between last year and this year, the Dylan story.
And they really do like Matt Rule.
And what happened on Saturday. Because while it is not a signature win, it is a symbolic win. And the TV numbers haven't come out yet, but I dare say this will be the most watched game in a Nebraska win in well over a decade. Because the top 9 most watched games on Saturday since 2013, all 5 million or more viewers have all been losses. Given that it was prime and, it was prime time on NBC, the competition wasn't that great. That's going to be a very sizable audience that had a chance to see them up close and personal. And the press box was packed. I mean, there were some national scribes there. There were some national folks there. And so sometimes that's all it takes.
Yep.
It's about,
big moment and you win in the big moment.
In the world of college football, in the world of perception, it's all about timing. When did you do it? When did you put your best foot forward? It's like the person who's always living in a dirty, filthy house, but the one time they clean it up real nice and host a house party, people get a perception of you as, man, this is a beautiful house. It's a great house. But they're not there the other 364 days out of the year. I'm not saying Nebraska has a dirty house, but it's about perception. And right now, Nebraska has a good perception.
And you know what?
It's going to be up to them
to keep it going,
to keep the house clean.
Yeah, and they have a great opportunity. First of all, they'll get by UNI this week, and then they have a Friday night game, national television against Illinois. It's like they're going to have another chance,
another primetime game
to show off in front of people, and that one will totally be to themselves. And then after that, they go into Purdue, and they are what they are. And then they'll have the Rutgers game and another team that people have been kind of sneaky. But again, if the Indiana game turns into this weirdly kind of important one in the conference, and of course that would lead right into Ohio State. Not to fast forward everything. But
such a damn shame that sellout streak had to end.
No, it's still going. It hasn't ended yet. It could end.
They were still advertising for tickets for the Illinois game.
Yeah, but that's
number 400.
Yes, but that's in 2 weeks. They could sell them.
Can they?
Yes,
it's only 2 weeks. I mean, people have to. They have to.
Buy them. They
put
in their credit card information.
They have to go. They have to get the form and they have to fill it out.
What's your number on the back of the card? 1, 2, 3.
They have to put it in the envelope.
Yes.
They have to enclose their check or money order.
I always forget that's how you buy tickets. Yeah.
Then they have to get the tickets back.
It's a
very lengthy, very hard, arduous process.
Oh, it's difficult
selling out these games.
Adam writes exactly.
2024.
Colorado had a good or great perception this time last year. They didn't keep it going, and you need to keep it going.
Bingo! Don't be like Colorado.
Don't be the flavor of the week,
Dylan. If you're walking off the field with 2 minutes to go and don't stay out there for your teammates and shake hands with those Panthers,
nice.
I'm going to be very cross with you.
Very cross.
Very cross.
Related to Dylan Raiola, caller Casey is calling his shot and says in a few months he bets that Raiola will be in a State Farm commercial with Patrick Mahomes.
Oh. People love him getting compared to Mahomes, so I'm sure they'd handle that well.
That's actually not a terrible prediction.
He does the hand thing.
He does do the hand thing. Yeah, and what is with the
hand thing?
It's better. It's better than doing all the fingers. Because this looks like you're going to fight in the Matrix.
It is a little. I think it's a little
faster.
Easier. Yeah, faster.
Yeah,
a little sexual too.
Oh,
We'll be back with more after this. Mitch Sherman still to come.
Lovely.
On 1620 The Zone. Friends, we have Vala's Pumpkin Patch passes.
Oh, and Apple Orchard.
What?
It's also apples.
Don't they just call it Val's Pumpkin Patch? Did they change the name on me? Is there an Apple Orchard? I didn't know there was an apple orchard. Yeah, didn't you know there was
They
an
got
apple orchard?
ciders and stuff. It's really good. Bella's Pumpkin Patch.
Well, I knew they had the ciders. I didn't know they were actually growing the stuff right there. Either way, we have Vallis passes, and these are extremely popular.
The most popular thing we have.
Very, very
We could have
popular.
Super Bowl tickets, and they'd be like, yeah, but could I have the Vallis passes instead?
That's true.
So be listening this week because we're bringing back the need to get to 6 game.
Oh, baby.
We're
What a
bringing back the
game.
need to get to 6 game.
Yeah.
Your chance to win Vallis passes. It'll be your opportunity to be on Thursday.
And they
Here on
can still go
1620.
register to win at 1620thezone.com because,
Well, yeah,
Nick,
yeah.
we're giving away that prize very soon, right? Within a week?
Yes.
Sweet. So go register at 1620thezone.com or listen to the Grum all week long, and especially on Thursday for this particular prize. Because, John, when people win, you know what you get to say to them?
No, I don't.
You get a prize.
You do get a prize.
That's what you get to say to the listeners.
So
Very cool.
be listening Thursday. Need to get to 6 game and
Yeah.
go to 1620thezone.com. If you want those season passes, we're giving away a pair of those here later in the week.
Chris in Montana texts in, I wouldn't worry too much about Illinois. Kansas had 4 turnovers to 1. As long as they are even with turnovers, they should beat Illinois by 2 scores. Illinois does not have much of an offense as of now. So Chris says, screw the Illini. He's looking to Indiana. Big noon in Bloomington. Big noon in Bloomington.
Big Bloom in Bloomington. Big Bloom kickoff.
Sure. That works, Nick.
I got there.
I mean, Altmaier's completing 71% of his passes. He's got 4 TDs, no interceptions. Very respectable rate. You know, yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll be there. We'll be doing pregame.
We will. We'll have a pregame.
We'll
show.
all be there. The whole Grum will be there.
Well,
in
until
person.
Josh is not there.
I'll
Josh
be
will be
there.
there until he's not there.
That's true.
I'll be there.
I got a chance to go and be the spotter for the Iditarod. I can't be with you.
I don't think I'd do a good job.
And
of
then it'll
spotting
be
the
me and
Iditarod.
What do you
John
mean? All you have to
hanging out
do
at
is
Blur.
dog. All you have to do is say dog.
That is a
mush.
That is a dog.
That's all
That
you
is a
have to
dog.
do.
Yeah.
John and I will be hanging
And
out, having fun.
dodge the polar bears.
And dodge the polar bear. So we're not talking about Nash.
No, not that polar bear.
No.
He won't hurt you.
No.
Unless you're wearing the other team's uniform. Yesterday was it felt like an extension of preseason yesterday.
100%.
Especially the Sunday games. You know,
The primetime games.
the primetime games were all very entertaining.
They've all been
well,
down to the wire. The
except-
Friday night Brazil game.
That was bad.
Well, because
so many damn penalties.
and the turf was garbage.
And the turf was
It
garbage.
was worse than the Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl a couple of years ago in terms of the
Oh,
field.
much worse.
Yeah, I hate that crap, man. I hate when because it's so funny. They play soccer, but it's like, oh yeah, soccer players are like 150 pounds. And then it's like, hey, let's put a bunch of 300-pound linemen on the field. They're
Let's
going to
put
tear
twice
this
as
thing
many
up.
guys on the field at twice the size
Yeah.
in some cases.
Well, same amount of guys.
But it was
Yeah.
It was a little bit rough watch. But the rookie quarterback class also very rough yesterday. Now Drake May and Michael Penix didn't play, and obviously McCarthy didn't because he's hurt.
Yeah.
But I had the Bears game on the secondary feed
Yeesh.
because I was curious. I wanted to see some Caleb Williams, and
Yeah.
He's not CJ.
I mean, congratulations, Bears, you won, and that's the most important thing.
Don't apologize for wins.
The fact that you can come back from 17 down and win without scoring an offensive touchdown.
And that your quarterback doesn't get 100 passing yards.
Caleb Williams went 14 of 29 for 93 yards. That is a robust 3.2 yards per attempt. That's bad rushing.
I was going to say, that's horrible if you're a running back getting those types of numbers, let alone if you're throwing the ball.
And then if you made the mistake of watching the Broncos game yesterday.
Yeah, why would you do that? You should have watched the Cowboys-Browns game.
No, you shouldn't have. No one should ever have to be forced to watch that. But Bo Nix.
I did.
Bo Nix, 26 of 42, 138 yards, 2 interceptions, a robust 3.3 yards per attempt.
For who?
For Bo
Yuck.
Nix.
Yeah, he was bad.
I mean, the one good thing he did do, at least one of the interceptions, was at the goal line, and the Broncos got a safety.
Dude, they had 2 safeties.
Denver scored their first 10 points
hot
on
safeties.
2 field goals and 2 safeties.
Yeah, it was-
How often is that happening?
Yeah, it was like the Arizona State-Nebraska game in 96 all over
I had
again.
actually gone outside to mow, and my son literally came out of the
Classic
house.
John.
I had to do it at some point.
Nice.
It had to be done.
What was
And
your
I
lawn
figured-
mowing beer?
A delicious hams.
Nice.
Nice.
And my son literally had to come out and say, "You're not going to believe this, but the Broncos got another safety."
Yeah, unreal. 2 safeties.
Another safety.
You don't see that very often.
His ham's the water of fear.
Jaden Daniels gets to be best in class because even though Washington lost, 17 of 24 for 184 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, 7.7 yards per attempt. So congrats, Jaden Daniels. You're best in class.
Yeah, it was, and we'll talk about this more in content later, but just overall quarterback production was bad this weekend. It was the worst since 2000. So, defenses have really caught up with offenses over the last few years.
But how much of that, too,
is what you mentioned. It's preseason week 4.
How many of these guys played in
You know what's funny?
the
Is
preseason?
the rookies did. I
The
know Caleb
rookies
Williams
did.
did because I watched him
Yeah,
play.
he did.
Now,
Bo
you know
Nix
what?
did.
I did see some Mahomes in the preseason. He played a little bit in the preseason. Josh Allen played a little bit in the preseason.
Yeah.
Dak didn't. Your guy, Matt Stafford, didn't. Can't speak to Jared Goff, but it's like the teams and how so many players sit out, how so many players don't play, and then you're going to be rusty. I mean, they were pointing it out at the end of the broadcast last night before overtime that like guys aren't in this type of shape.
Right.
Because they're playing 4 quarters. And you can do all the stuff, man. You can do all the conditioning. You can do all the practice. You can do all the warm weather. But 4 quarters of actual game action is going to be different than all of that. And as the NFL has gone to, have these limited OTAs over the last few years, certainly as the preseason dropped from 4 to 3, as we've seen all these players sitting out, like this has become more common where September is like preseason light before October and teams start finding their footing. And it's why like picking up dubs early is just so important as you're finding yourself as a team. You just want to be able to fall back on those. And man, you want to talk about a team that always gets off to slow starts now in the Joe Burrow era, and they did it again. It's like, what in the world is up with that team in September? And there's a part of me that wonders if like the injury is just, it's going to be a bigger problem than we think. It was a very strange injury that happened to Joe Burrow last year versus the Ravens.
Well, it didn't help that Mike Gesicki fumbled at the 1-yard line.
That did not happen.
There were 2 extremely critical fumbles at the 1-yard line.
Yeah.
One that directly benefited Nick's team. Otherwise, the Jags would have won that game going away.
Fins up. Yeah,
They would have gone up 3 scores.
They were up 17-7.
They really were.
The ball got punched out, and the game changed right after that.
So Tyreek had 180 yards yesterday, which normally is...
And a speeding ticket.
Right.
And a speeding ticket.
And I was talking to a buddy of mine.
And a pair of new bracelets.
I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday, and I said, Tyreek played like hot garbage. And he says, complaining about Tyreek playing like garbage, but he still put up 180 yards and a touchdown is spoiled behavior.
Yeah, Nick, you can't say he played like hot garbage when he had almost 200 yards receiving.
But 80 of those were one play. And
that's Tyreek's bit.
But he missed so many other throws that were at him. His completion percentage was way low, or catch rate, whatever you want to call it, whatever that stat is.
Yeah.
He wasn't catching any ones that he would have caught easily last year. So he played bad compared to him.
Well, it's hard to catch the ball when you got handcuffs.
Yeah, he had quite the day yesterday.
He did have quite the day.
By the way, Josh Allen is going to be fine. He's playing on Thursday. He messed up his non-throwing hand yesterday.
Cool, great, yeah.
I wish he messed up his throwing hand.
Wow, you guys are in moods. I like Thursday night football when it's Bills Dolphins. That's
I do
fun.
too.
No,
Dolphins.
I know you.
It's just
you went
half my offensive line's gone, and
they're bad. Your offensive line sucks.
The Dolphins are wearing their throwbacks on Thursday.
That Matt Stafford throw is pretty cool though.
It was.
Yeah.
Too bad it'll be dead next week.
Wow.
Dead?
Well,
I mean, who's not dead?
Offensive line. Mitch Sherman's not dead. He joins us next on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Did you have to break into your other alter ego when you were hanging out there waiting for us to come over and do the pregame or postgame show?
I did. I blended in, though.
You didn't tell us that part when we were there.
Well, you know, thought I'd let it wait.
Yeah, I figured. Well, Mitch Sherman, who was kind enough to join us.
Great interview on Saturday.
In our pregame show. Mitch, I don't know if you realized this when you were on with Connor and I, but it was very loud where we were. So there were a few times where of some of your answers, I may have heard maybe a third of what you were actually saying. It was very loud at the exact wrong moment.
It was.
Well, I said it was going to be 28-0 at halftime.
Did you? Oh,
he
I'm
nailed
go
it.
back
He did
and check the
Anything
tape.
else that turned out to be prophetic, you can just assume I said that.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, would you categorize or classify this as a symbolic win or a signature win?
Probably neither. It's not a signature win. It's signature in the sense that it depends how you define that. I mean,
sure.
We can spend a few weeks defining a rivalry or whatever. Signature win is another one of those buzzwords that you need to define in order to put the label on. If to me, a signature win has everything to do with the quality of the opponent. Signature, as far as the night, it was a signature night at Memorial Stadium. We'll say that. The win itself, no, both because of the way that it kind of petered out. It was great for a half, and then if Nebraska beat Colorado 56-0, I might call that a signature win. But 28-10 after being up 28-0 at the half, and against the Colorado team that is talented but might win 3 or 4 games this season. No, I don't think so. What was the other descriptors?
I said a symbolic win.
Yeah, I think so. Symbolic of what's happening in the Nebraska program. I wrote this on Sunday. I think that recent years Nebraska, like Nebraska circa 2017 to 2023, with everything else being the same in that game, instead of being up 28-0 at halftime, it's probably up like 17-0 or 17-7, something like that, because there was a mistake, or after the kickoff return that Colorado had, the defense just kind of fizzles and they get in the end zone. Whatever. There's something that happens that doesn't go well, and Nebraska's not mentally tough enough to push the lead as far as it could be. We've seen games like that. The Colorado game 5 years ago in Boulder was like that, when it was 17-0 at halftime, and then it gets close, like way too close in the second half, and in a lot of those games Nebraska's lost. So to me, it's symbolic of the fact that is not Nebraska as a program any longer. That is old Nebraska that is gone with 13, now 14 games under Matt Rule's belt.
Mitch, I wonder, when you look at the defense, is that a side of the ball that you think can play at that level or somewhere near that level in every single game? And I wonder, when you look at the rest of the schedule and think about like trading Shedeur Sanders for worse quarterbacks, trading good receivers for worse receivers, but most definitely better run games and better offensive lines, like how Nebraska matches up with those groups versus what they have seen so far.
Yeah, I think that they can give that kind of energy and certainly the effort, as long as they stay healthy. The defense played well. I mean, you're not going to get the same results. You're not going to hold a team to negative yardage in the first quarter repeatedly. There are going to be plays that other teams make. There are going to be points that other teams score. At some point the defense is going to get put in a bad spot, and they did once in the first half, but because of a mistake that the offense makes, or something again that happens on special teams, or just a mistake on the defensive side where you have a bust and a big gain, and they're going to give up points. But consistently, I don't think the defense played so far over its head, or really all that much over its head at all, to think that that was like a one-off. It was an anomaly to think that, no, you're just not going to see that. That was the game of their lives. No, not at all. And the other two phases of the game were below average for much of the night. Nebraska, as Matt Rule said, was terrible on special teams. Not in every way. I think he overstated it a bit. I mean, there were some okay things that happened on special teams, but it was overall not good. And offensively, it was a mediocre at best game. There was a lot that went. I mean, the penalties in the second half, just take them out of it. Even in the first half, the 2-minute drill was good. The first drive was good. And there was a lot of sputtering around. Like, the receivers weren't getting into it. I agreed that I was curious to hear his answer about the blocking from the receivers, because I didn't think it was good. So they can play a lot better in many areas of the game, and defensively, I think they can be just as good as that.
What did you think of just the game that Isaiah Nayor and Jamal Banks had between those two? And then if you throw in, oh my God,
Jalen Lloyd?
No, slot receiver.
Oh, Barney?
Janiron Bonner.
Oh, Bonner.
Between them, I think they had 6 targets between all 3 of them. This a week after, showing out against UTEP. Is there any cause here for concern, or do we give how much credit to that do we give Travis Hunter in the Colorado secondary?
Well, I think some of the credit or whatever blame, responsibility to the game plan that Nebraska had. Matt Rule was clear again today that he felt like Nebraska could put 40 points on Colorado. I think he even said 50 by just being physically dominant. So if they felt that way, they were going into the game planning to win it at the line of scrimmage. And that doesn't maybe mean that the downfield stuff is going to be incorporated as much. On the defensive side, you knew that was Colorado's strength, that their secondary is their strength. So you can win the game and keep those guys mostly out of things, then they'll take that and walk away with the W. And maybe it did mean that Nayor and Banks in particular weren't involved as much. Now, there were still opportunities for them to get involved, and Nayor had a couple of catches. Banks had one important catch, I thought, early in the game to keep a drive moving forward. But yeah, otherwise he was a non-factor in the passing game, and I didn't think he did much as far as helping the things downfield with blocking either. You can bet that, like, Garrett McGuire and what's going on with coaching those guys this week is going to be intense, and it's not going to be a real enjoyable week of film study and practice for the wide receivers. But part of the issue, I think, on Saturday against Colorado was that they just weren't going to be as much the game plan. Now it'll be different this Saturday night, because Nebraska's going to have an edge in the skill areas, and you go back to the line of scrimmage. That's Northern Iowa would like to keep that a game that is played at the line of scrimmage. And Nebraska's probably okay with that too, because even with Northern Iowa being a good FCS team that runs for a lot of yardage, and I think its strength is up front on defense too, they're not going to have the horses that Nebraska has. That's not to say that it won't be a game. It could be, and Northern Iowa's played competitive games against power conference teams, and Nebraska's not Georgia. Don't let that number next to their name make you think that they are. They can be beaten. They can be pushed. But a lot of things are going to have to go wrong for Nebraska to end up in a 4-quarter game with Northern Iowa. I think one real edge that they have will be with those big, strong, tall, aggressive wideouts, and I would think they're going to get it. They're going to get their balls.
Mitch, you mentioned the number next to their name, and you also mentioned what Rule said about how they expected to play in this one. He's obviously been bullish about this team going back to the summer. I think the Joel Klatt interview was the first time that it really kind of went viral a little bit, that he feels this way. So I say all that to say this. They expected to play well against Colorado and dominate that game. They did. I'm guessing that he expected to be ranked at some point in time this season as well. And now they are. How do you think they deal with that, having a number next to their name for the first time in 5 seasons?
I think you saw it today when he answered the question about it. He said, that's not our goal. Like, that ain't nothing. We got much bigger things that we want to do. So I think he's going to really downplay it with the players this week. And, if somebody's jumping up and down and excited about it, or they feel like they're sticking their chest out because Nebraska's ranked number 23, I think they'll get reined back in pretty quick. To me, he's going to intend for it to be a non-issue. And then if they get in a situation in a game where it looks to him like it is an issue, like the players are making it somehow about that, or believe that they don't have to do everything that's needed on the field because you're just going to win as a ranked team, then they're going to get replaced. They're going to get to take a seat on the bench. So it certainly can happen. I've seen it happen in plenty of instances across college sports. Not just in football, but you start to feel really good about yourself, and the next thing you know, you have a flat performance or whatever. You think things are going to take care of themselves out there on the court or the field, and they generally don't. So that'll be a challenge for the Nebraska coaches this week to guard against that. But I think they're already anticipating that and meeting it head on just by saying this is not our goal this season to be ranked going into week 3.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. We wondered if Nebraska's offensive line, especially after the loss of Teddy Prohaska, how it was going to fare this year. So far, they've allowed only 1 sack in 2 games. The run game has been respectable. Solid return so far?
Yeah, early in both of the games, they've opened some big holes. It hasn't been as great in the second half. This one, I think, because Colorado knew what Nebraska wanted to do offensively in the second half, and they were able to load up the box, and that wasn't the full Nebraska offense. Like Matt Rule said, they have to, after the game, he said they have to figure out how to play at that medium level where they're trying to score, they're trying to be aggressive, but not in all of the ways that they were aggressive and building a lead. So that part of that, I think, is having a freshman quarterback. But like he said today, Dylan is the least of their concerns, and he needs other guys to step up their intensity to reach the level of the way the freshman is playing. I don't think the line has played out of their minds through 2 games. The interiors, I thought, was really good in the UTEP game. And then, you had Ben Scott called for a holding penalty. That was definitely a holding penalty on the long run by Ramir Johnson, the long 69-yard touchdown run that was called back. And some other penalties, on the tackles in that game that I haven't looked at really closely. So I know some of those flags that came out in the second half were off base for sure and shouldn't have been thrown. I didn't think the one on Ramir Johnson that helped spring Ja'Cory Barney's long run after the catch, I thought that was a bad call. But we're talking about the O-line. I didn't think it was a fantastic game from the O-line, but they've kept Raiola pretty clean. Some of that is his doing. That he has a good sense of feeling pressure and of escaping. He's not going to go run 50 yards or take off and move the chains every drive, but he does seem to have a good sense of the pocket and an ability to get away from pressure.
Hey, Mitch, what do you think is next for Colorado?
Oh, I mean, it could come unraveled, I think. I think there's a possibility there if they lose to Colorado State this week, which I think certainly could happen, that then it just becomes about the individual brands on that team and, how they move this thing forward to the NFL draft hype after the season. I don't think there's necessarily, one of the things that happens, it's just bound to happen to any team that relies so heavily on the transfer portal, is there's not that connection. If it's good, things are going well, they can have a connection, but it's when things start going really poorly, it's going to break apart. And they may right the ship, and they have the talent to do that at a number of positions on the field. But if they don't, and they get exposed, and teams just figure out, look, we're better than you at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, and we're going to take a page out of the playbook of, it's not just Nebraska, but teams did this to them last year. They were 4-8, and do that. Look, they have 1 win right now, so they have a 1-game cushion. Last year it was 3-0 to start, and then they won 1 game the rest of the way. It could be worse than what happened last year, even with arguably more talent at those premier spots. Not running back, but receiver and the quarterback is the same. But I think they have more talent at receiver this year than they did last year. I think there's a possibility that the train's going to come off the tracks, and you could be looking at a 2 or 3 win team.
Sadly, that's not a late game like it was last year.
It's 6:30.
It'll be on at the same time as Nebraska
You
Northern
wanted
Iowa.
to see it at like 9 o'clock.
Yes, that would have been nice.
Because last year that was the game that was
Oh,
late, and of course it
went
went
into
into overtime,
overtime.
and people were. I mean, many people were still up and watching at 1 a.m. Central Time.
I was. It takes a lot to get me to stay up and watch a game at 1 a.m. And I did for that one. It was highly entertaining.
Yes. Well, I guess we'll have to DVR it, or if you got the 2 TV setup. Well, actually, I'll be at home. I can do the 2 TV setup.
Perfect.
I'm good in shape.
There you go.
Mitch Sherman.
I go with the quad box on my laptop on Saturday night.
There you go.
Yeah.
That sounds fun too.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thanks as always.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mitch.
Shifting the time.
No problem.
Not a problem at all.
We aim to
All right, guys.
please on
Bye-bye.
1620 The Zone. Braden Fowler Nicolosi, young man who threw for almost 400 yards against CU last year, is back, folks. Could be interesting.
Comment on the YouTube page. Jacob
Yeah.
says, was the loudest game I've ever seen. My dad, who's in his 70s, said it was the loudest he's been to, and he's been a season ticket holder since the 70s.
It's hard for me to tell being in the press box.
Hard telling from the press box.
But the other 2 Colorado games of memory, I was outside for both. And so,
And you've always been a 94. It was louder than 92, right?
So a lot of that has to do with the time of day, because that was an 11 a.m. versus the 2:30 game, or the 92 game, which was in the late afternoon, but it basically was a night game.
Yeah, because it was so cloudy and rainy. So
Cloudy and rainy. They were both madhouses. Saturday was an excellent crowd. Excellent crowd in every respect. And they pulled out all the stops.
the loudest stretch that I remember is one that I don't know if people would ever think of, but it was actually in Dominican Sue's senior day. The early part of that Kansas State game, I remember thinking, like, this is incredible. Just how loud, especially when Kansas State was backed up into the end zone. I think front to back, the loudest that I've been to was the 2009 Oklahoma game. Also, his senior season.
Yeah.
Just because it was such a defensive team. That
It was
first
such a
quarter
defensive game.
Yeah, and the first quarter against Missouri in 2010 was also one that has stuck with me. But I haven't, I don't really go to many games anymore, and I missed like the 14 Miami game, I missed the 16 Oregon game, and obviously I missed all the 90 stuff that people will usually point to. So mine is always like the call. I mean, certainly the Alex Henry kick. I think I ended up like 2 or 3 rows down compared to where I started the game. It was just a madhouse in the student section that day. But yeah.
Well, coming up next, we'll continue to look back, and we're going to debut a new segment. We're calling it the Scarlet and Cream.
And black.
And black.
No, Scarlet and Cream.
And black.
No, Scarlet and Cream. There's only 2 colors. Scarlet. Cream.
John, you must have forgotten about the PDF, the official Husker.
Oh yeah, the PDF in which every
Here's our brand.
Every printed document
My
uses black
brand.
ink. Every printed document
Wrong.
uses black ink.
Sorry, John, they've worn black jerseys.
There are
That
color.
doesn't. They've
John,
worn
there are
blue jerseys.
John, there are color codes for it. The color
Gramstad
codes.
was in a green vest.
Yeah, he's trying to get signals in. or
Tony
something.
White, the Tony White, wore a yellow shirt.
I saw that. Oh, don't say that to Jimmy
Well, he
But
did.
it wasn't
He's
a
gotta
yellow
stand-
hat, though.
He's got to stand out on the
Yeah, remember how
sideline.
mad Jimmy got about that? Don't say that. Don't say that.
Oh, I wonder if the color of their yellow hat is in the PDF this year.
I'll check for you, Nick.
Thank you.
Please do. 1620 The Zone. Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
The happy hour is on the air.
And black. And black. And black.
The happy hour is no longer on.
Oh, I just loved it. I'm glad they have
Boo.
continued to lean into this. That is a fine, fine song.
I kind of really like it. It's a good song.
Yeah, because you're a hipster.
Could you hear it from where you?
No.
Where were you at that time? This end of the first quarter. Had you made it to the other side yet?
No, I think I was.
Have
still
we done
driving.
it? Because I didn't get a chance to listen to all of Overreaction. Did you guys do story time with Nick on like probably not because it was call. Logistics. How was everything for you post game to post or pregame to post game? Was it all good?
Yeah, it was super good. It was easy. There was.
Tell us about the nice person you drank a beer with.
Oh yeah,
Nick was reaching across the aisle.
I was at the location for the post game.
Yeah.
And the destination for the post game.
Yeah.
I did a little pun there. We're at destinations. That's
good.
And I had to. I was waiting for our on-site contact to come and let me in so I could, hook up the internet. And while I was waiting, I met Mary and Mary's tailgate. And
How'd that
Mary
go?
offered me food and beer, and I got to watch the game with them.
That's very nice.
How nice.
It was very nice. Very good pork.
Very nice.
Very
Pulled
good
pork.
pork.
It was very good.
Yeah.
So thank you for the beer and the pork, Mary.
Thank you, Mary. But everything was good?
Yeah, everything was great.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to being there in 11 days.
Until he's not looking forward
I
to
am
being
not
there.
leaving. I'm not going to leave.
I'm sorry, but I have to go and I have to go spot for a squash match in
Now look,
India.
there is a world where I might be gone in week 5. But I don't have overreaction, so it's just doing the show from the road.
Which
It's
game's week
fine.
5?
I don't know. I don't know if I'll be doing anything. I'm hoping that it might be a game that would be really, really good. So maybe I'll let you know.
Interesting.
We'll find out. I haven't heard if they're offering. I'm happy to help. I love helping TV channels. I got to work with Peacock this weekend. It was great. It was awesome.
Did you get to meet the Peacock?
I met Kyle Rudolph and his huge hands. Dude, this guy's hands, it was like...
Did you tell him, sir, your hands are massive?
No, but I did text my brother and Mike Schaefer because he is
of Viking.
Yeah, he is of Vikings. And I was like, hey, I'm with Kyle Rudolph.
Yeah.
And that was all I really said. Schaefer's a fan.
Before we get to our new segment called
Yes.
The Scarlet and the Cream. That's it. That's it. That's it. We told you about this earlier, but this week is launching the all-new $25,000 4-quarter pick'em.
Yes, it is.
We are guaranteeing we have got $25,000 over 10 weeks to give away.
Yes.
So you divide that by 10, it's a nice even $2,500.
Even.
Every week, you pick 10 games.
That's easy.
10.
There's no qualifiers. There's no having to call anybody. You don't have to listen for any cues to call, nothing. It's all going to be on our website. You pick 10 games, no spread, straight up.
Yeah, and how about
Straight
this?
up.
You don't even have to pick the games. We give you the games.
Yeah, we pick the games.
We pick the games. We've picked the 10 games.
There
Then
is a
you
curated
You have to
list.
choose who wins. Yeah,
you
yeah,
choose
yeah.
the winner.
It's
Yeah.
a curated list of games.
And each weekly winner gets $2,500.
The
Now,
best list of games.
the link is not live on the website for all. But if you were a member of the 1620, the email club,
yeah,
you already have the link.
What? They've
Yes.
already sent it out?
That we sent it out in our email this morning from 1620, the email. And
Yeah.
every week, this is going to be it. And why it's important to get it earlier is because in case of a tie, the earliest received submission wins.
So
Right?
it literally
so if there's two
pays-
people that are tied with they had a perfect week.
Oh, 10
and
and
somebody got in their picks on Monday at 4 p.m, and the other person got their picks in on Tuesday at 3.
Heck of a parlay.
The person who got their picks in first wins the tiebreaker.
Wow.
That's why It's important.
That's why we've been saying it. It could pay
It
to
could
subscribe.
pay to subscribe. I'm going to be nice right now.
What are you doing?
I have the link.
John.
I have the email. I have the 1620, the email.
Sure.
To the first 3 people that email my account, John at 1620thezone.com, I will forward you the 1620, the email, as long as you promise, hey, I'm going to get subscribed today.
There you go. Wow, you are a nice human being, John.
I'm a nice human being.
Wow, you're an amazing person.
But what if they don't? What if we can't trust them? What if they just get it from you and then they lie?
I you know what? I trust people. You know?
Wow, listen to Nick.
I trust people.
Nick
you
is
know,
very Nick is very nervous
when
about
people
you
offer
doing
me
this,
a
I can
beer
tell.
and food and a chance to watch their tailgate, I
You're
don't
like,
judge,
yeah, I don't believe in that
judge
5G
them.
either.
I don't judge them on other things. I
Nice.
just say you're a nice person, and then I reciprocate the kindness.
By the way, I know the games that we're doing this weekend, so I'm building a little parlay on the money line because that's what this would be, right? This is just a
10-game parlay.
This is just a straight up money line.
So
All
what
right.
would it pay?
I'm trying to figure out the teams that I picked. So just a sec, I'm almost there. Well, you know, we have the Vikings 49ers game in there, right? Did we put that game in there?
No,
we didn't. Okay. All right. I was going to say I have the dog in that one. Let's see. I have them. Right now, I have 7 games picked and I'm at plus 48.90. So that's fun.
That's cool.
I have them.
Now you don't have to go a perfect 10-0. You just have to be better than all of the other entries.
So on the money line, the 10 games that we have would pay plus 14,810. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Now, that's what I picked because I have one fairly massive underdog in my 10 games. I have one fairly massive Are we already getting some emails?
I've already gotten my emails. Thank you. You don't have to send me any others. I got the first 3.
Nice.
I stand by Dave and Ryan and whoever 5 whatever is. I will during the break. I will forward you the 1620 the email. But for the rest of you, do it because here's the thing. Even if you sign up for the email right now, you missed today's early email, but you'll have it for weeks 2 through 10.
Yep.
Right.
But John isn't going to do this again.
No,
so subscribe
I'm not.
now.
Look at Nick. Nick is so triggered that you're doing this.
Why am you triggered that I'm doing this?
Because
It's a way to promote.
But that's not
Nick,
the point.
Promoting the email.
I'm promoting the email. These fine
when
folks
they fill it out, they have to put in their email.
I get that, but they missed out. They'd have to wait until next week. Or tomorrow.
My God.
That's the benefit. That's why we told you to subscribe to the email last week.
Well, but now they know why. Now they know why. I'm being kind.
Nick's worried he's going to get yelled at.
Yeah, I am.
How are you going to get yelled at?
Yeah, John did it.
If anyone's got a problem with this, come see me.
Yeah, why would they yell at you?
Because people like to yell at me.
You didn't do anything.
People yell at me all the time.
No, they'll yell at John.
If they
I
subscribe
love yelling
today,
at John.
If they subscribe today, then we've won by getting their loyalty. And these fine
Nick
people
is so triggered.
Thank
I
you
don't
for
think
your
I've seen him
loyalty.
this triggered
Why
in
would
like
you be
48
triggered?
hours. It's been so long.
Maybe you've been hanging around too many 5G signals.
You know what? I think you're right. I think the 5G is making me ornery.
Travis says Nick hates the listeners.
It is time for
I'm just looking out for
Wade
those
writes, fight for our subscriber rights, Nick.
I'm looking out for people like Wade.
Aaron says, when do I get the link? I just signed up today and haven't received a link.
Okay, but the people who got their link this morning, if they were smart, they put their picks in right then and there.
Oh, yeah.
Thus, they already have the advantage because they're going to be ahead of these people.
Mm-hmm.
See? That's how it works.
Again,
They
Nick,
got their picks.
you're not going to get in trouble. John will get in trouble if anyone gets in trouble.
All right. Well, if next week I'm not in this seat anymore.
Wade, I can't take.
Are you taking
Wade,
next week
if
off?
you made your picks, you're already at an advantage.
I'd miss you.
Wade is complaining that we're losing. No, you haven't lost your advantage, Wade, as long as you got your picks in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's who gets their picks in earliest
And has the
among
most
those
correct
who are
picks.
tied.
Yes.
If they're tied for the most correct picks.
Well, Travis points out, sounds like
So
Nick,
Wade, go get your damn picks in. Stop bitching to me.
Wow, now we've like totally blown through this segment.
We've blown through this segment
of
because
Nick.
Nick's triggered.
Travis writes, sounds like Nick is a company man trying to suppress us, the middle class. Nick, are you turning into Reagan before our eyes?
You got
trickle down 1620 the email.
Trickled down subscribe-onomics.
Wow,
Man,
unreal.
I was kind of holding that movie over Nick's head if he ever decided to pick any movies that I object to and say this is going to be our movie club. Now he might just pick it for us.
By the way, would you like a little TV ratings news?
Oh,
we
did the
have
numbers come in?
we have the number.
Is this a sports flash worthy?
It's TV ratings. Do people care? I don't know. I know love this stuff. I'm not.
Well,
TV
these are
ratings guy.
important because this is how conferences.
Sure,
are.
Nick,
fingers
play
on the
it.
button.
Play it.
Sports flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update.
Sports flash.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
Via Sam McEwen, which is interesting. I wonder how. Oops, wrong one. I wonder how Sam got it.
Was it on the sports TV ratings site?
Maybe it was. I'm not.
Or maybe he knows where to look.
Yeah. I don't think Sports Media Watch has it yet. Nope. I don't know. Anyway, Sam McEwen tweeted out, and because it's Sam, I'm obviously going to believe that it's true.
Sports flash.
Nebraska, Colorado drew 6.3 million viewers on NBC.
Sports flash.
The most watched Big Ten NBC Saturday night game to date.
Sports flash.
Wow.
And that
Whoa, it's Saturday
Sports flash.
night.
include Peacock either, does it?
No, this is just the TV
over
rating.
the air. Just over the air.
Yeah, this is just the TV rating. So
where would that fall on that little list you put together last week?
It'd be second, wouldn't it?
no, it's
Third?
not. It's in the top 10. Where did I put it?
I thought there was a bunch of 5 millions in that list.
I
from
think
last
it's like
week.
top 4. Because like the number one was a bowl game that had over 10 million viewers. I think the Colorado game last year was number 2, and that had like 9 million viewers.
What was the number again?
6.3. 6.3.
It is the fourth most watched Husker game of the last 11 years.
Wow.
And it's the first one that Nebraska has won among the top 10.
That is incredible.
Congrats, Nebraska.
6.3 million people.
It's a lot of people.
6.3. It's just behind. Now, it's less than last year, so Big Noon Kickoff got 8.7 million viewers.
Sheesh.
But this one's not far behind, so there you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. All right. You want?
Let's do it next. Let's do it next. So yeah. So we don't screw up the rest of the hour. Let's do it
won't
next.
screw up anything.
Let's do it next, because then Nick can
there's not
cost
that-
you more
there's-
during the break. I
there's-
want to see you guys yell,
Oh.
like you and I did a couple weeks ago.
Well, don't get on that way. Those fine people that have emailed me, the first
The fine
three,
people on many
the
sides,
fine
Nick.
first three people
The
that emailed
slackers
me.
who didn't subscribe early.
But now they're
missed
going
out.
to subscribe. Thus, they're going to
You
be
don't
part
know
of our
that.
family.
Nick, they have to. They have to. Nick, you have to when you do this. You have to. Don't be worried. You have to.
Mm.
I picked the games earlier. I know how it works.
But you can't win.
No, I know. Oh my gosh.
We'll be back.
Good Lord.
1620 The Zone.
By the way, many people, not many, but like 2 people are like, hey, where was this email? I've already been a subscriber. Check
your spam folder.
Yeah, mine. So I use my Gmail for this.
Ditto.
And I got it in
the promo folder.
It was
right?
in my promotions folder. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
I got the email this morning when it went out in my promotions folder. And then when I send in my picks, again, it came in my promotions folder. So if you have Gmail, go in there.
Yeah.
It might be in one of the social or promotions.
Yeah.
Certainly could be in spam.
Or
make sure you mark it as not spam, and then you'll get all the emails.
Same with Outlook. If you have Outlook,
Yeah,
they have those separate categories.
Go check all the categories.
Or resubscribe.
Every Monday, I believe it's at 10 a.m. is when the link goes out via the email.
Lovely. Michael Severe asks, can I win? No. You get paychecks from here.
You do.
Brian says, trying to do my picks, can't do them. I'm confused. To which I then said, what are you confused by? And then he responded, got it, sorry. There we go.
It's
See,
easy.
Look, we're fixing it on the fly.
Well,
and John just promised $2,500 of Nick's dollars to 3 more listeners. Super cool.
Oh, I have $2,500.
Good
You do
one.
now. All right, so this is this new segment we're going to call the Scarlet and the Cream. I did not give him this, by the way.
I know.
He did this
Very
on his own.
disappointing.
He did this on his
He
own.
could have played the normal open now because we're doing this in the second segment of the hour.
So what the Scarlet is, the Scarlet, which is a shade of red, as we all know,
people forget,
is for things that we sense might be worthy of a scarlet or, dare I say, red alert.
Oh. Star Wars.
Yeah. The cream are things that we are very excited about.
It's Gene creaming time.
Lovely.
It's cream in your jeans.
No, Rick, you need to say something different. Something on your own.
You're gonna cream.
And we're going to do this every Monday
This is
after
going to
the
make
game.
you cream. Awesome. This is awesome. What
so,
a segment.
So do you want to start with
It's Gene creaming time.
or
I am a believer in getting the bad news out of the way.
so we're going to start with the red alert, the scarlet alert.
Oh, yeah.
Well, here are mine.
Wow, this lasts a lot longer than I expected
It does.
The file I got it from is like a minute and a half long. I only took 11 seconds.
Should have used the whole minute and a half.
Almost a full patino.
Here are the things I have got a red alert about. Second half offense in both games.
100%.
Now, I know they definitely called off the dogs against UTEP.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dylan got pulled in the middle of the third quarter.
And time will tell, but listen, so far, and this is a good thing, but so far, Nebraska hasn't needed a lot of second half offense to win these games because they've had the game well in hand at halftime. But you certainly don't want to get out of practice, right?
Mhm.
Being able to put together 2 good halves of football, and it seems like, and I haven't split up. I suppose I could look real fast here because I've got the box score in front of me, and it does separate things. So at halftime, is this halftime? Oh, no, they don't. See, I hate when they do this. They separate it out by quarter, but they don't give us the halftime stats. So it's the first quarter stats plus the second quarter stats. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's math.
It is math.
Yeah, Nick was told there would be no math.
But Nebraska
I
in
was
the
lied
first
to.
quarter,
Wasn't it like 102 to -3?
yeah, but they had 71 rushing yards.
Yeah.
Right. And I know there were a couple of plays where the penalties, called back some things, but just I want to see, I would love to see it this week. I'd love to see it this week.
No offense, but like of all the weeks, this would be the week it probably won't happen.
Maybe, but I would like to see, I'd like to see them put together 2 good halves at some point.
Yeah.
The wideouts, except Barney, we'll get to him in a moment.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
But they disappeared.
Oh, they did for sure.
Now, some of that may have been game plan, but Banks, Nayor, and Bonner had just 6 catches for 33 yards on 9 targets. I think we can give some credit to Colorado's defensive secondary. It is a good group.
And like Mitch said, was some of it game plan too for Nebraska?
Some of it was game plan, but in watching, at least, and I didn't get a chance to do a rewatch yet, there weren't a lot of times where if Dylan was looking downfield, those guys were available to him.
Yeah, and you had obviously a better view than the TV copy because you were upstairs.
So, again, this doesn't mean that it's, a disaster and pending doom, but
we're doomed.
So far, you've racked up your big numbers against UTEP.
Mm-hmm.
Rest
Yeah,
of
and
the
that's
way,
not going to get an answer this week.
it's probably not going to get an answer this
See
week.
what happens versus Illinois.
But certainly it has raised things. This one is one that I was concerned about before the season, and now it has been reconfirmed.
I'm guessing we're going to have the same
place
one.
kicking.
Oh yeah,
place kicking.
Gross, just disgusting stuff.
I mean that very makeable field goal, and
dude, that you know what that looked like? That looked like somebody going to the tee box who was not confident, and then they put it in the drink. They rip it 30 yards to the left,
grabbing the club too tight, and
just it looked like me. I'm serious.
Yeah,
that kick, that whole experience, and the lead up to it, and the look on Rule's face, I think told quite the story.
Yeah,
because I think that was a look of, wow, so this is just going to be a thing, huh?
Yeah,
I think that they are very worried that is going to be a thing. His answer on the special teams today was, I thought that was quite something. In general, it wasn't even just the kicker; it was also the return game. At least Boomshini returned, as the kids are calling him these days. But
what a cool nickname!
The kicking was gross.
And the other red alert, looking at the upcoming schedule, Illinois looks like it's going to be a tougher matchup than we thought in the preseason, and certainly Indiana does. And I've been sounding the alarm bells on Indiana for weeks. That hey, don't overlook this game, road game. Indiana put up a school record amount of points. And Illinois beat a Kansas team that top 25
was ranked.
Top 25 team.
Yeah.
Those 2 weeks from now will be a really interesting matchup.
Going to be fascinating. Going to be
really interesting matchup. Again, I'm not saying that Nebraska's going to lose, but those are two games that certainly have raised the old antenna.
So I want to add just a little bit more on kicking. And I don't want to talk overall special teams because again, thought the punting was good. I thought the returning actually was pretty solid. Like Garcia Castaneda, I think has been sneaky good in the first two games.
Yeah.
At returning punts, if not outright good.
Yeah.
But place kicking, they named the docuseries Chasing Three. And there's a part of me now that's like, wow, what a dark title, because they are literally going to be chasing 3 points on some of these possessions and they're going to be unable to do so. Not to pile on too much, man, but it was a problem last year. I think it's going to be a problem this year. I know that Alvano was banged up in the offseason. I think that this has now gone beyond being injured, though. I think it's upstairs. And we see this. I think last week we talked about Alex Henry in the pros. Yeah. When you lose it mentally, you lose it.
Yeah.
Like Brandon Aubrey, not to talk about the Cowboys too long, but like he is awesome. And he's not just great because he has a big leg. He goes out and he kicks field goals because he's confident. Justin Tucker, confident. I know I'm naming pros, but when you lose it mentally, a 30-whatever yard field goal that should be a chip shot, he pulls it 10 yards to the left. They're not going to win every game by double digits. It's at a certain point, and maybe it's the Illinois game. Maybe it's the Indiana game, the Rutgers game, whatever it is. They're going to play in a one-score game or two before they play Ohio State. The difference between 5-2 or 7-0 or 6-1 is going to come down to special teams. That's a huge problem. Penalties is another thing that I am alerting to. I know the second half was, some of it was on the refs. Some of it was on Nebraska though. And I guess the thing that I was kind of wondering about coming out of the game, John, was like the team and maybe how wound tight they were. It showed in a good way in the first half, but I think that, it showed in poor ways, maybe in the second half. Let's see what happens moving forward, because a lot of those were in the second half and the game did just get so stilted and it was very clunky for those final 30 minutes. Clunky. Yeah. And it was for both sides, right? The refs were bad on both sides. And so that's one where like I have like
both sides shot.
Nice. Kicking, I have circled in a permanent marker.
Yeah.
Penalties, I've circled in a pencil. I'm happy to erase that. I don't think that there will be no need to erase the kicking issue. So among the other ones that you mentioned, those were the two that I kind of came away from just a bit more curious about. One that I'm more confident in being bad, and the other that let's just keep an eye on it moving forward.
Now to the cream.
Look, the defense. I just full stop. I asked the word of Jack earlier. Elite. Are they elite? Is it too early to say that they are an elite unit? Is it too early to say that they are an elite unit? I thought about going with the defensive line by themselves, but I'm going to go with the entire defense. They will trade, in my opinion, in the majority of the games moving forward, a really good quarterback for Colorado and really good receivers for better offensive lines and better run games, right? In the majority of their games. Ohio State's going to be an entirely different story because they have incredible receivers, including maybe the best freshman in the country in Jeremiah Smith. They have a really good run game.
Yeah.
Good offensive line. I don't think they have like a super great quarterback. Will Howard is fine. And then certainly USC as well, right? Really good skill guys. But otherwise, they are not going to see a quarterback as good as Shedeur Sanders. They're not going to see receivers as good as Travis Hunter and Jimmy Horn, among others. And so I think that this was a great challenge for them, and I thought that they responded every single time. That was the thing that gives that is the largest cream order that anyone can ever order.
It's Gene creaming time.
It's just a big bottle of cream with what the defense did. My second one is less like substantive and more vibes. And that's just like, I am very happy with how they answered the moment. That was, you DM me on Saturday. That atmosphere was incredible. And you could feel it on television. I can't imagine what it was like in person. They were ready. They were ready for it.
And were not overwhelmed.
Dude, I thought Colorado would be overwhelmed, and they were. I thought Nebraska, they could have been overwhelmed. I didn't think they would be, but they could have been. They were ready to go in a way that we haven't seen them in a big game like that in a while. Now, that not to make this more about the alert stuff, but like, how do they respond when the atmosphere is not as good this week, or certainly like that Purdue road game when it's very sleepy in the morning? But they answered the moment. How many times has this program not answered the moment where they have had a big game like this, whether it's on the road or at home? And they finally did that. And they are not perfect, right? But this was a step in the right direction. So those were the two that most jumped out to me.
For mine this week, I'm going to go with Nash and Ty. Ty Robinson was mega disruptive.
Big ass Ty.
Sack, a batted ball, a blocked field goal, 5 pressures on Shedeur. And even though Nash's numbers, he only had 3 tackles with a sack, but again, he was back there causing problems all night. They couldn't handle him. Having these two guys, this is, dare I say it?
Oh, the best one since?
A little reminiscent.
Wow. Wow.
Big Mr. Sue and Big Mr. Crick.
Wow. That is
side by side.
High praise.
I'm not saying that they will both be in it. They could be. Listen, they're trending.
High praise.
They're trending.
High praise. Certainly the best tandem since those guys.
They're trending.
Easily the best tandem.
I'm going to give some love out to my boy, Steve Buscemi. I got to tweet out, happy Steve Buscemi.
I know, yeah, not sad one.
Booming punts. He's averaging over 50 yards a kick. Yes, there was one that got returned back. You could argue maybe he outkicked his coverage. I don't think so, in my opinion. I mean, the punter got to do his job. I don't blame the block punt on him either. I mean, all he can do, it's not like he can dodge somebody and then kick it. That's on the guys up front. So, yes, while the net punting right now is not great, thanks to the block punt, I don't put that on Boom Sheeney.
No, and again, he had the punt that set up the pick six that, effectively ended the game.
Yeah.
A couple possessions in.
Ja'Cory Barney.
Dude, he was fun.
He is turned into, in 2 games, just that unique gadget type, just utility player with speed that you want. They're obviously working ways, a little touch pass.
Yep.
The in motion, the touch pass. They're trying to work him into games. His kickoff returns. Is he tiny? Yes. Am I afraid he's going to get broken in half every time he gets tackled? Yes.
Yeah, he's very tiny.
So far, so good. And he is due. I mean, he would have had one.
I know.
Had it been for you darn kids and your holding penalties.
I don't remember who said it first, so I apologize for not being able to give credit. I heard someone say about Barney, Ja'Cory Barney is who we thought Tyjon Lindsey would be. And I was like, wow, that is good. Because we did. We thought he would be the super fast, small guy who they could use in a myriad of ways.
I was a bit skeptical when I was hearing all the reports of, this is going to be one of those 2 freshmen to play. And I thought, all right, fine, they'll have him back on kicks, and that's it. No,
He's so fast.
No.
He's so fast.
He has turned into he's someone that they want to use, and that can be a game changer.
Yep, 100%.
We saw it last night with Williams for the Lions. I mean, granted, different role.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But speed kills.
It does.
So he definitely is worthy.
It's Gene creaming time.
Fill up the cream, Nick.
And then the last one, Tommy Hill.
Yeah.
I saw this tweeted out today from the Pro Football Focus, Max Chadwick. I think Tommy Hill is one of the most underrated corners in the country. Hunter was targeted 5 times, this is according to Pro Football Focus, when he was matched up against Hill, and had 45 yards receiving, but only 12 yards after the catch. Wow. So
That's
on those
good.
5 targets.
Yeah.
And you're saying, well, he still gained yards. Yes.
Yeah, Johnny, still
but
getting yards, you idiot.
this is Travis Hunter, a guy who's going to be in the Heisman conversation probably the entire season. His PFF grade was almost 84, which is pretty doggone good. And there were some scouts. They were all sitting up behind me and Gary on Saturday night. There were a lot of scouts.
People love that guy.
Certainly they were there to see Shador, but they also got an eye full of Tommy Hill.
And the other players that you mentioned too. Big Ass Ty, Nash.
Exactly.
Polar Bear.
So there's there's our first edition of the Scarlet and the Cream.
That's it. That's all.
And black. Why are you so
It's like
triggered
doubly
by this?
triggering. Him injecting the stupid and black because black's not one of their colors, and you just shaking your head.
I hate the song. It's horrible.
I guess, what do you call them then? The shirts?
Good one, Nick. Thank you.
Well, that's their underneath practice jerseys. Those are their practice jerseys. But it's not one of the team. It's their special thing.
Nick writes, Irish song hits different when winning. Love it regardless, though. Look, we can't all have great takes, Nick.
Hey, say what
Yes,
you
we
want.
can, especially people
say
named
what
Nick.
you want, but
Good
those
take.
same students that you
Say
were
what you need to
encouraging to
say.
riot last week.
And they did. But they rioted peacefully.
But well, that's a first. First for our time for everything. There, when that song hits, that is I always look to the student section, and they are always up and clapping along.
I thought you said Gen Z are idiots.
Well, there's some hope for the
Yeah, I
future.
thought you said we're idiots, John.
There's some hope.
Yeah,
for
you're
the
always like
future.
young people and everything they appreciate and like is stupid.
There
Tough
is
luck.
hope for the future.
Interesting. So this is the one good opinion they have?
There's probably another one.
Fascinating.
There's probably others.
Fascinating when they're on your side that you're suddenly like, I love Gen Z, the greatest generation.
And
the old greatest generation
and
has
you now
nothing
are
on
shaking
them.
your head at them and calling them dirty
They need to
names.
put their phones down.
They did when that song hit. They were up there clapping and singing along.
Nah. Robots.
Robots.
Wow. You sound like you've been taking some talking points. Sound like the peanut butter's been hitting your fan.
Nice.
Glad I'm not looking at Josh's For You tab.
By the way, another fine listener of the Grum who was wondering where was the email, and I said, check your spam folder, and then they said, found it. Well, then they said, what about the submit button? And I said, isn't it at the bottom of the page? And then I was reminded, oh, wait, you don't have to click a submit button because as you click every game, it submits it itself.
It is submitted.
It's so intuitive.
Yeah, make sure you
It's
fill
easy.
out all 10 games. All 10. Once you pick the winner, then you move to the next game.
Yep.
Then you pick the winner, you move to the next game. And then once you've picked the 10th game, that's
You're
it.
done.
You're done.
You're done.
You're
Yeah.
done.
Super
It's in.
easy. Super
It's
intuitive.
in.
Yeah. Even Nick can do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even Nick.
Sky writes, I didn't see anyone clapping. That must have been AI. Yeah, John, this was AI.
No, I'm watching the students. I am always watching. You go ahead and do your stupid winky wink all you want.
watching.
I'm there. I was in Lincoln. Where were you?
It's in Minneapolis, John.
Oh, Minneapolis. A lot of cool things happening there.
My
The Vikings weren't even in town.
No, but the Gophers were.
Oh, the Gophers.
They played Rhode Island.
Oh, Rhode Island.
I don't think Rhode Island had one play in Minnesota territory the entire game.
And you
It's too bad Nebraska's not playing them this year. I prep on them.
And you choose them over Nebraska, Colorado in that great atmosphere.
I didn't choose it. I watched the game.
You could have watched two guys dressed as Herbie Husker have a corn eating contest.
Well, they can do that on a Friday next week. Eat your corn.
I think that was a one-time
By
thing.
the way, Ian tweets in and says, does it pay to be a subscriber because you will pay me to not tweet the link out? Don't do that, Ian.
Well, then you are giving up your advantage. Don't look at me.
Yeah. Don't do that, Ian.
I think some people just want a Michael Caine.
Oh, some people just want to watch the world burn. Wow. Baptism by fire in the weirdest spelling possible, writes Josh Connor Stallions Peterson.
Did you see what happened to him this week?
Connor Stallions or baptism by fire?
So Connor Stallions had to take over the head coaching duties for that high school he got hired by because the head coach had a stroke, unfortunately.
Oh, so hopefully everything's okay.
His team lost 60 zip.
The advanced scouting hadn't worked.
Well,
apparently.
60 zip.
You don't have time to sign steal when you have to coach.
When you have to coach.
Oh, how about Steve? Just found mine in my spam box too.
Well, make sure when you get that link.
Yep.
And by the way, for those of you who have
Look at all
not
these
signed
people.
up,
Yeah.
tomorrow morning it goes up live on the website for everybody.
Yeah.
Make sure once you see it, you get those picks in.
Yes.
Because remember, the tiebreaker, if there is a tiebreaker necessary,
yes,
is the first entry received among the winning picks.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
So,
what a sport!
It's a
what a contest!
It's an okay sport.
Oh, classic John. He doesn't like football. Classic John.
I love when my team wins.
You don't have to be mean to him. He's in such a foul mood
Sure,
already.
he loves when his team
the
wins.
Rams season is over.
His team won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, a long time ago.
No, it really wasn't.
What's the difference between 3 years and 30 years, John? It's basically the same amount of time.
Or 3 years
See,
and
this is why I like
years.
Gen Z, but you millennials are idiots.
What?
No concept of time.
Nah, 3. It's all going fast to me. Had my dog for 3 years already, Mr. Banks.
How long ago was 1972?
That was 52 years ago.
Too
man.
long.
Oh, that was adult. No, they won in 73.
Was it 73?
Yeah,
They-
that's right.
72 is undefeated, then they won again in
There it
73.
is. Thank
Yeah.
you.
There it
Yeah.
is.
Too long.
Yeah, yeah. People are always like, "Oh, Dallas hasn't been in the NFC Championship game forever." The Dolphins, it's basically the same amount of time. No, it's even worse. When the Dolphins last in the AFC title game?
Uh,
The 80s? Was it the 90s?
no,
Did they make it in the 90s? Oh, did they lose to the
Bills? Beat them in one of their 4 in a row.
Oh, so that was before the Cowboys.
Dumb Bills.
Yeah, Dolphins. They're a trash organization.
They're better now.
Are they?
Yes.
Let's see.
Tyreek
Just to
can
confirm.
catch.
Yep, indeed. The last NFC or AFC championship game that they lost to was where the hell is it?
It was like 93.
92. They lost
92.
29-10. Oh, they could have lost to the Cowboys in the Rose Bowl. Bummer. That was the year of the
Is that
Rose
that
Bowl,
one?
Super Bowl. Yeah, then the next year was in Georgia. And then the last one was in Arizona.
How can people like the Bills after that thing that Sean McDermott said last season?
You love 9/11 jokes.
And?
So you should root for him.
No.
Okay.
Nick, I think after your experience over the weekend, you
Yeah, how do you feel? Nick, any
more
thoughts on loose change?
Hey, Nick.
Memorial's
my phone
cashless.
is on.
John's going to turn off the Wi-Fi just to melt your brain.
All right. Coming up, we've got some content,
Awesome.
which includes
Tom Brady.
We haven't even mentioned this yet. Josh's boy got paid.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Oh, boy. He doesn't sound very excited.
Well, I'm less excited for your takes on the matter than anything else.
What do you mean my takes on
I've
the
already
matter?
heard your takes. You
You haven't heard any
you
of my
gave a little
takes.
tease of a take earlier.
He's been very nice this whole show, especially
Yeah, I
during
haven't
the
said
break.
anything
Yeah, well,
bad
it's time.
about your stupid crap-ass franchise.
There we
who
go.
Played
See?
another FCS team yesterday.
Interesting.
I think I could have
They
quarterbacked.
made the playoffs.
I think I could have quarterbacked better than old Deshaun.
He was good at one time.
How did they do against the crappy Dolphins team from last season?
Nick, Hunter Lipke was like, I don't want to hold this touchdown. I'd rather drop it.
We will continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
What are you gonna do?
John, here's a great idea for the future of our
Mhm.
Monday segment.
Sure.
Debo writes, Mackay Bayer, cream team. Let's start keeping, you know how they do helmet stickers? Let's slap some cream on their helmet.
Or like it's our version of an all-American team.
The cream team.
The cream team. You want to, by the end of the year, you want to be on the cream team.
All right.
We need to keep a cream team list.
I didn't realize you were going to make a little graphic, so next week I'll send you some of my players on the cream team.
And then I can make a cream team graphic
And you
too.
can make the all cream team, the finest honor a Husker player can
Remind
receive.
me during the break,
Yep,
and
yep.
I'll
start keeping track of the cream team.
The cream team.
If you get mentioned in the cream team.
Also, shout out Debo on the YouTube. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you,
idea.
Debo.
Yeah, not Samuel. He's playing tonight. Nick.
We discussed it once or twice, but what's one more time? Nebraska is back in the AP poll for the first time in 5 years. Will they remain ranked each and every week to the rest of the season?
Rest of the season. I mean, if my prediction is correct and they go 8-4, how many 8-4 teams ranked?
The biggest key is like winning on the front end, so you climb high enough where losses aren't hurting you.
I'm going to stick with my season prediction for the moment. I'm going to say no.
Yeah. Okay. So I had them starting 4-0, and then I had them going 2-2. They have 2 losses after Ohio State, so they're a 6-2 football team. I think they're still ranked. You know what? Screw it. Yes. I don't really feel good about it, but yes. They're going to start 4-0, so they're going to get enough wins on the front end.
Okay. That's fair.
In case you were wondering if the Huskers broke Network TV's infatuation with Coach Prime, the answer is no. 2 weeks from now, Fox will air Colorado and Baylor in primetime. We don't usually get fired up for football until Wednesday, but what do you think?
It's interesting. I mean, obviously they're doing it because of Colorado, but Baylor also lost this weekend at Utah, and they didn't look very good doing so.
Baylor's kind of stinky.
Yeah. I haven't looked at the rest of the schedule, so I can't.
Well, I've got it in front of me.
Is it a little assy?
So the games that are going up against it, Georgia and Kentucky on ABC. Oh, wait, no. That was this week.
That's this weekend.
Oh, did this send me to the wrong link?
No, I have it. So the
All
games
right.
are going up against in prime time that week. As of now, Bowling Green A&M, Georgia Southern Ole Miss, Monroe versus Texas, Michigan State, Boston College. I know. It's a pretty bad schedule overall. Though we do know that now that Tennessee and Oklahoma is a night game, which is not on ESPN.com, but I saw the tweet earlier. It's going to be on ABC. It's going to get absolutely smoked in there. We saw the number earlier about Nebraska, right? So we know how many viewers the Colorado game got. It was less than last year. Have they reached? I mean, they certainly reached peak viewership. Are people going to tune in for more of the car crash moving forward? I'm going to say no. I think people are going to lose interest in them.
Well, especially when given that Fox has stiff competition that night from the CW network, which gets Purdue and Oregon State.
Wow.
Purdue.
Nice.
Go CW.
Mm-hmm.
Now that Dak Prescott is the league's highest paid player, let's check the leaderboard. Of the top 10 highest paid quarterbacks in the game, we have 3 combined Super Bowl appearances, 0 wins. What does this factoid mean to you?
Well, again, it's weird because I bet you could go in every other major sport and the highest paid players in each of the other sports, you're going to find championships. But with the NFL, it's all about the timing.
Correct.
And because this position is so valued and so unique compared to a lot of other positions in other sports, this is what happens. And so all of these guys have been renewed before or actually after the guys who have won before.
Yeah,
that's why Tom Brady, that plus the fact that Tom Brady always made sure he backloaded money so that they could go out and get better players for him. It's just a very unique thing. But it is odd that of the top 10 paid quarterbacks, you have 0 titles, you have 3 Super Bowl appearances.
Total.
That's it.
Yeah, and so that's why, the reaction yesterday for someone was like, oh, man, you probably hate this, don't you? It's like, It's the cost of doing business. If you want to have a quarterback that is, and he's certainly a top 10 quarterback. He finished second in MVP voting last year. If you want a quarterback like that, this is the money you have to pay. Look, he won't be the highest paid quarterback probably next year, certainly in 2 years. CJ Stroud, I think, is up next. Barring Mahomes wanting a new deal.
That'll be a couple years away.
CJ Stroud's a couple years away. So it's like, does
this
Mahomes
might hold for a couple years?
Yeah, so does Mahomes hop up in there? But again,
well,
it's just
Mahomes redid his deal, has already got his long-term deal.
When did he do that? When did he redo
A couple years ago.
Okay, well, who knows? We'll see if he wants to redo it again.
Also, he plays a lot like Nebraska's quarterback.
Oh, nice.
Does he?
I don't hate it. It is what it is. It is what it is.
By the way, I do apologize to those nice folks that we were walking next to on the way to the stadium when I may have shared that there was a rumor out there that little Cuzzo or Uncle Cuzzo was on his way to the stadium. He obviously was not. Uncle Cuzzo did not show up.
Nice sources you have there, John.
Yeah. Whoever my sources are, terrible sources.
Nick.
Might be the worst of sources.
Sounds like it to me. I'm happy that I wasn't there to get duped by this person too.
Yeah.
Josh.
Nick.
You might not have been there to get duped by John's source.
Yeah.
But you were watching the hype debut of Tom Brady. How does he grade on a scale of Greg Olsen to Colt McCoy?
Sadly, closer to Colt than he is to Greg. Did you have did this game on, the volume on?
No, I did not. Okay. We had all the 4 games that were happening.
Quad box action.
And the sound was up on the Broncos game.
Oh, yikes. That was the Brady.
But it was the closest of the 4 games.
Was that the Nance Romo game?
Yes. No. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Nance Romo. We had the sound up on the Raiders Chargers game.
Nice. Chargers pilled. He sounded nervous. I don't think he was very insightful. And that's the biggest issue. Is like there were a couple times where he went deep on a play, but I don't remember who wrote it. It was either Deitch or Andrew Marchand. They pointed out that I think it was Deitch. It happened after the break though, whereas like his surface level analysis was fairly boring. And then he went a little bit deeper. It's just for someone that famous to sound that nervous was a surprise to me. And Marchand wrote about this. The thing that's most important is that he sounds better on the second Sunday in February. This is about the Super Bowl this year. And it's not about being great in week 1.
It is, but here's where I'm going to disagree.
With who?
With Marchand. If this continues through the season, because he's going to be on a lot of that there could be damage done to where people are like ripping him openly. And so even if he is better in the Super Bowl,
he's already lost
the reputation. You can lose it. So
Jason Witten lost it early and never got it back.
You got to get, Tom doesn't need to be told this, but you got to get better week to week to week. And this is why I go back to, I know they're paying him a lot of money, but man, I hate that these networks just think that people are going to watch just because it's him. Folks were going to watch that game no matter who's broadcasting it because it was the Dallas Cowboys and it was the late afternoon game on Fox. You don't need the big star power to draw audience numbers.
That's not how bosses think, though, man. They love famous people. It's wrong, but that's what
they're wrong-headed.
You can't change their mind.
They're wrong-headed.
They love fame, and he is the most famous of them all.
And that's great, but man, you can burn a lot of bridges if you put people out there that don't belong.
For sure.
You got to get them reps.
I don't think
in real game.
I don't think they care about the bridges because they're going to get their money from that bridge.
And they got the famous guy.
But it's not like the people aren't going to tune out because of it.
No, for sure.
But your reputation can be lost as a network when you throw out this kind of stuff and people are, you don't want the reputation of, oh crap, Fox has the Super Bowl. Ew. You don't want that reputation.
It's like Monday Night Football for years, right? Where we were like, oh God, I have to deal with those announcers.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
Finally, real quick, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Ocean's 14 is in the works. Are you interested?
Yeah, I'd love to see George Clooney and Brad Pitt out there in wheelchairs and strollers.
I did like 13. It was solid, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Real quick, Christian McCaffrey, inactive tonight against the Jets, according to Mike Garofalo and Ian Rappaport.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
It is.
It's not good.
That's a big one.
Oh, thinking the Jets might work out okay for me.
Until
the 49ers are already injured. They're an injured football team.
Until the 5th play.
Nah.
That's true. Aaron's got to make it past 5.
He does indeed.
He hasn't made it past 5 in like 18 months.
I wonder if there's a prop somewhere that has how many plays Aaron Rodgers
Oh,
has.
there probably
is on one of the overseas shops.
We will finish up the Grum and tell you what's for dinner next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Shut up, Dan Cam. I don't want to hear your goofy voice anymore. We had the wife made some sliders, like steak. There was steak and chicken, but they had special sauce. They had grilled onions and jalapenos, and there's some left over, and that's what I'm going to have.
Riss has a work party, and I think we're having pizza there.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, pizza, but not from that place.
Wow.
I don't
So
know where it's from.
Mr. Anti-Football here doing everything he can to avoid watching football.
The work party's at 6:20 when I get there, and we will go home and watch the football game. I'll be watching.
Will you?
Oh, yeah, of course. I want to watch the Jets win and prove me
Sure,
right.
You sure the Gophers don't have a random practice you're going to attend instead?
No, I'll be there this week, though, as they take on Nevada.
Oh, my God.
Oh, are you going to see Chubba?
Wow. How did you remember that and I didn't?
Because I'm playing Nevada in CFB 25.
Some spotter you are. Maybe Nick should be going in your stead.
Nah, Nick's got to work.
I do got to work.
What are you eating?
I don't know.
All right.
Paige made some chicken thighs and fried green beans and salad last night, but there's no leftovers because it was so good.
Oh, well, that's...
So I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Rice.
Probably
It's
rice.
a rice night.
It's probably rice.
Tomorrow, we got some Farron, some Brunt, some Sipple.
Wow, that's a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff.
Us,
And
you,
certainly
me,
some
me,
hot take
reaction
market.
to tonight. Hot take market and
Oh.
reaction to tonight's game, which is coming up soon on 1620 The Zone.